Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. It was a crisp autumn evening when Eleanor received the letter. Unmarked, sealed with black wax and the faintest scent of pine. An invitation to a place that had never existed on any map. The handwriting was elegant, almost ancient, with one line that chilled her: "Come and find the truth hidden in the woods." Her curiosity was far too strong to ignore. Despite the warnings in the air, she packed her bags and set off toward the mysterious location. The forest roads twisted through dense trees, their branches groaning under the weight of the coming storm. The mist rolled in thick as the path narrowed, and soon, Eleanor felt a creeping unease. By nightfall, she came upon the lodge, a towering, dark silhouette against the twilight. Its windows glowed faintly, the golden light flickering like a beacon in the distance. The scent of wood smoke mixed with something sharper, something faintly metallic. She approached the creaking door, unsure what lay beyond. The door to the lodge groaned as Eleanor pushed it open, the hinges protesting as though they hadn't been used in years. A heavy, musky scent filled the air, reminiscent of old wood and damp earth. The hallway inside was dimly lit by flickering sconces, casting long shadows that stretched unnaturally against the walls. The floorboards creaked beneath her steps as she entered, her heart pounding in her chest. It wasn't just the darkness that unnerved her, it was the silence. Not the comforting kind, but a silence so complete that even her breath seemed muffled. The air felt thick, as if the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation. "Hello," Eleanor called out, her voice swallowed by the vast emptiness. There was no answer. She stepped further into the lodge, her fingers brushing against the cold, stone walls. The dim light from the sconces seemed to flicker in a way that made the shadows dance, teasing her senses. Her footsteps echoed down the corridor, but there was something off about the sound, as though they were being mirrored by footsteps just out of sight. Turning a corner, she was met by a large hearth, the fire crackling softly inside, its orange glow casting an eerie light across the room. The air was warm here, a stark contrast to the chill that had followed her into the lodge. But as her eyes adjusted to the firelight, she noticed something strange. The walls were lined with portraits, many of them old, their colors faded and chipped. Yet there was something unsettling about their gaze. The eyes of the figures in the painting seemed to follow her every movement, their expressions frozen in time, but their presence felt far too alive. Her gaze lingered on one portrait in particular, a tall man dressed in a dark coat, his face stern and unreadable. His eyes, a shade too dark, seemed to pierce through her, and a sudden, inexplicable shiver ran down her spine. The longer she stared, the more it felt as if he was watching her, waiting. Eleanor quickly tore her eyes away from the painting, her heartbeat quickening. She needed answers. She stepped forward, hoping to find someone who could explain the strange invitation. But before she could take another step, a faint noise caught her attention. A whisper, barely audible, seemed to come from somewhere deep within the lodge. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was soft, like the rustle of dry leaves in the wind, but it was unmistakable. Eleanor froze, her blood running cold. She turned slowly, half expecting to see someone standing behind her. But the room was empty. "Who's there?" she called, her voice shaking. No response came, but the whisper echoed again, closer this time. "Leave, while you still can." Eleanor's heart pounded as the temperature in the room seemed to drop. She glanced toward the stairs leading up to the second floor, the banister carved with intricate, twisting patterns. The staircase stretched up into darkness, the upper floors hidden in shadow. The whisper seemed to come from there, beckoning her, warning her. But she couldn't leave, not yet. There was something about the lodge that called to her, something buried deep within its walls that she needed to uncover. Taking a deep breath, Eleanor stepped forward, her feet light as she moved toward the staircase. The whispering grew louder, almost like it was following her, each step becoming more urgent. Her pulse quickened, but she pushed forward, determined to find the source of the voice. The second floor greeted her with a long, narrow hallway. The walls were adorned with more portraits, but these were different. Darker, more twisted, their eyes filled with torment. She noticed something strange as she passed by. One of the portraits was slightly ajar, as if it had been moved recently. Her curiosity piqued, she gently pushed the painting aside, revealing a small door behind it. It was barely noticeable, hidden in plain sight. She hesitated. Something about this door felt wrong, as though it had been waiting for her. But the whispering in her ears urged her forward, the words now a desperate plea. "You have to know, you have to see." With a mixture of dread and curiosity, Eleanor reached for the door handle. It was cool to the touch, the metal cold and slick against her palm. She turned it slowly, the door creaking open just enough for her to squeeze through. Inside, the room was small, its air stale and thick with the scent of dust. The only furniture was an old wooden table, upon which sat a large, open book. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. As she stepped closer, the words on the pages seemed to swirl and shift, as if they were alive, watching her. The book was filled with strange symbols and cryptic text, nothing she could understand. But as her fingers brushed against the pages, the whispers intensified, the voices now a cacophony of urgent, panicked words. Don't open it. It will claim you. Eleanor recoiled, but something in the book pulled at her, like an invisible thread tying her to it. The longer she stood there, the more she felt an overwhelming pull, as though the lodge itself was breathing, alive with a force that could not be seen but was deeply felt. Her breath quickened as she reached for the pages, drawn by an insatiable need to uncover the truth. And in that moment, the room seemed to close in on her, the walls pressing tight, the whispering voices now a constant hum in her ears. It was too late to turn back. Eleanor's fingers trembled as they hovered over the open pages of the book. The symbols on the paper twisted before her eyes, shifting in a way that made her stomach churn. She couldn't tear her gaze away, the text seemed to draw her in, urging her to read, to understand its meaning. A sharp whisper rose from the shadows around her, louder now, more insistent, as though the very walls of the lodge were alive with voices desperate to be heard. You don't know what you're asking for. Her heart pounded in her chest as the temperature dropped, the cold creeping into her bones. She could see her breath now misting in the air. The whisper grew, almost a growl in her mind. It will consume you just as it consumed them all. But still, Eleanor could not look away. There was something about the book, something about the words that resonated deep within her. A deep, primal connection that she couldn't explain. Her fingertips brushed the worn edges of the page, and in that instant, the world around her seemed to fall away. A violent gust of wind blew through the room, though no windows were open. The walls rattled, and the floorboards groaned as if the lodge itself was stirring. Eleanor stumbled backward, the book slipping from her hands, but it didn't fall to the ground. It hung in the air for a brief, heart-stopping moment before slamming shut with a deafening crack. The silence that followed was suffocating. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat as she glanced around, suddenly aware of the oppressive weight of the room. The door behind her slammed shut, trapping her inside. She spun around, eyes wide, her pulse racing. The room seemed to grow darker, the shadows deepening unnaturally. From the corners of the room, figures began to emerge. At first, they were indistinct, dark shapes, shadows that seemed to sway in the flickering light. But as they came closer, Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. They were people, or had been once. Their forms were hunched, faces gaunt and pale, their eyes hollow and empty, like black pits staring into her soul. Their skin seemed to melt off their bones, the flesh withered and decayed, their mouths hanging open in silent screams that she could hear only in the deepest recesses of her mind. The whispers returned, louder than ever, a chorus of voices that filled her head, blurring her thoughts. They tried to leave. They couldn't escape. You will join us. Eleanor staggered back, her feet slipping on the cold stone floor. The shadows pressed in around her, closing in like a tightening noose. She fought for breath, for sanity, but the whispers, the voices, were all she could hear now. Their words clawed at her mind, echoing through her skull. You open the book. You read the words. Now you belong to us. Her heart raced, a hot rush of panic flooding her veins. She turned, running toward the door, her fingers scrabbling for the handle, but it refused to budge. The wind howled through the cracks in the walls, rattling the windows as if something ancient and malevolent was trying to break free. You can't run. Eleanor spun, her chest tight, her eyes wild. The figures were moving now, their limbs jerking in unnatural, violent motions. They glided across the room, their faces frozen in expressions of agony. The darkness in their eyes seemed to pull her toward them, like a magnetic force, an inescapable pull that threatened to swallow her whole. You've already taken the first step. One of the figures stepped forward, its hollow eyes locked onto Eleanor's. The air around her thickened, pressing against her chest, as if the very atmosphere of the lodge was closing in on her, suffocating her. The figure's mouth opened, but no sound came. Instead, the darkness around her seemed to grow more intense, more tangible. Then, something in the darkness moved, something bigger, darker, far more dangerous. A low, guttural growl filled the air, vibrating the very ground beneath her feet. The shadows seemed to shift, folding in on themselves, and from within them, a creature emerged. Its shape was monstrous, tall and twisted, its limbs elongated in ways that defied logic. Its body was cloaked in tattered shadows, but Eleanor could see enough to know that it was not human. Its eyes gleamed with an otherworldly hunger, a malice that chilled her to the core. "You woke it," the figure whispered, its voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. "Now you must face it." The creature loomed closer, its presence like a dark storm, consuming everything in its path. Its breath was foul, like rotting meat, and with each step it took, the floor beneath Eleanor's feet seemed to crack, as if the very foundation of the lodge was buckling under its weight. She backed away, her legs trembling, her mind racing for a way out. But the door wouldn't open, the walls were closing in, and the shadows, they were everywhere. The creature let out a roar, its form flickering like smoke. It wasn't bound by the same rules of reality. It was something ancient, something that had slumbered for centuries, and now that it had been awakened, there would be no going back. Eleanor's mind spun with thoughts of escape, of running into the night, but the whispers in her ears told her that there was no escape, that she had already crossed the line. The moment she had opened the book, she had entered a world from which there was no return. She screamed, but the sound was drowned out by the growl of the creature and the deafening chorus of whispers that filled her mind. The darkness was closing in. The lodge was alive, its walls, its floors, its very air all pulsing with a sinister energy. It was as if the building itself was one with the creature, one with the darkness that had been unleashed. Eleanor's vision blurred as she stumbled backward, but the creature's eyes locked onto hers, its gaze pulling her forward toward it. She knew then she had no choice. The lodge had claimed her, and soon she would join the others, trapped within its walls forevermore. The world around Eleanor spun wildly as she struggled to make sense of what was happening. Her chest heaved, each breath coming in shallow gasps as she backed into the wall, her eyes wide and frantic. The creature's enormous shadow loomed over her, the air thick with the stench of decay and ancient dust. The whispers swirled around her, seeping into her thoughts, pushing her deeper into the nightmare she had unwillingly stepped into. "There is no escape." The voice was soft, insidious, but it vibrated through her bones. Eleanor pressed her palms against her ears as though she could block it out, but the whispers only grew louder, more frantic. The air grew heavier, pressing down on her as if the weight of the lodge itself was bearing down, suffocating her. Her mind raced for a plan, any way to fight back. The creature moved closer, its every step causing the floorboards to creak and groan beneath its unnatural weight. It was like nothing she had ever seen. Its body was a grotesque, twisted mockery of form, its limbs too long, too spindly, ending in clawed fingers that scraped against the wood. The tattered shadows clung to its body like rotting flesh, and its eyes, those dark, endless eyes, seemed to pierce through her, reading her every thought, every fear. "You woke it." The words whispered through her mind again, sharper now, almost like a warning. The creature's breath was hot, foul, and Eleanor could feel it in the air, thick and suffocating. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but the lodge felt like a living thing, its walls shifting and twisting, blocking her every escape. Behind her, the portraits on the walls seemed to pulse, their painted eyes now glowing faintly with an unnatural light. The eyes of the figures, those hollow, empty eyes, watched her with a terrible hunger, their painted mouths stretched in silent screams. Eleanor's gaze flickered to the book that had started it all. It lay on the floor, still open, its pages now fluttering as though stirred by some unseen force. The whispers swelled, merging into one unified cry, rising and falling like the wind. "It's too late. You're part of us now." Eleanor turned away from the book, her breath ragged. The creature was drawing nearer, its mouth opening in a silent scream, its jagged teeth glinting in the flickering light. But before it could reach her, something unexpected happened. A low rumble echoed through the lodge, deep and guttural, like the sound of something large shifting beneath the earth. The creature paused, its head tilting slightly as it seemed to listen. Eleanor didn't have the luxury of hesitation. She bolted for the door once more, her legs trembling, her heart racing. She could feel the presence of the creature behind her, its every movement like a shadow, closing in on her every step. The whispers followed, now more like a symphony of torment. But this time the door opened. It creaked and groaned in protest, as though the very walls of the lodge had reluctantly granted her a brief respite. She didn't question it. She flung herself through the door and into the narrow hallway beyond, her breath coming in sharp, desperate gasps. The hallway was dimly lit, the sconces flickering weakly in the dark. The stone walls seemed to pulse with the same sinister energy, and the air was thick with the smell of wet earth and old wood. Eleanor's shoes clattered against the floor as she ran, her footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. She didn't know where she was going, didn't know what she was looking for, but something told her she had to move. Behind her, the creature let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through the walls of the lodge. Eleanor didn't dare look back, but the heavy, predatory silence that followed told her everything she needed to know. It was still there, stalking her through the darkness. Suddenly, the corridor opened up into a vast, cavernous room, one she had never seen before. The ceiling was impossibly high, the walls lined with shelves filled with ancient artifacts, strange trinkets, and forgotten relics. But the most striking thing in the room was the enormous mirror that stood in the center, its surface reflecting nothing but pure blackness. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat as she approached the mirror, her feet dragging across the cold stone floor. The whispers grew louder again, reverberating off the walls as though they were coming from the mirror itself. Look into the truth. Eleanor stepped closer, the air growing colder around her. She felt drawn to it, as if the mirror was calling her, beckoning her to uncover the hidden secrets within. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the smooth surface. But something inside her, some instinct, urged her to look. As her hand touched the glass, a jolt of cold electricity shot through her, and her reflection in the mirror began to distort. The edges of her face blurred, the colors running like wet paint, until the image was no longer her own. Instead, a figure appeared, dark, faceless, but unmistakably human. It was a silhouette, tall and imposing, its features lost in the shadow of the reflection. The figure moved, its limbs twitching, jerking violently as if trapped in a never-ending struggle. And then, in the reflection, the creature appeared, looming behind her, its monstrous form merging with the shadows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly hunger. Eleanor spun around, but the creature wasn't there. It was in the mirror, watching her. A horrible realization struck her, sinking deep into her chest. The mirror, it wasn't just a reflection. It was a portal, a window into something far worse. The creature was trapped within, and she had opened the door. But now, it wasn't just the creature she had to worry about. The darkness had seeped into her world, too. She staggered back, her mind racing as the reflection of the creature began to writhe and twist, its mouth opening in a silent scream. But this time, the scream wasn't silent. It was real. The air in the room shattered with the roar of the creature, a guttural, earth-shaking sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Eleanor's heart stopped. She had awoken something ancient, something that was now free to step beyond the mirror. The floor beneath her feet cracked open, and the walls of the lodge seemed to close in, sealing her fate. The creature, its eyes glowing brighter than ever, lunged forward, its claws tearing through the air. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat as the shadows closed around her, swallowing her whole. Eleanor's heart hammered in her chest as the world around her seemed to implode. The mirror's surface rippled like water, distorting the room, and the air grew thick with a sense of doom, as if the very lodge was awakening to something far worse than its previous horrors. The creature's form continued to writhe within the mirror, its mouth opening in silent screams that sent chills straight through her bones. The floor beneath her feet groaned, as though the entire lodge was shifting, buckling under the weight of something terrible coming to life. The shadows in the room thickened, swarming like tendrils of smoke, curling around her legs, rising up to her waist. Eleanor stumbled back, her hand reaching out to steady herself against the stone wall. She tried to scream, but her voice was drowned out by a low, resonating hum, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "You've broken the seal." The voice whispered inside her head, sending a jolt of terror through her spine. It was familiar now, the voice that had warned her from the very beginning, the voice in the book, in the whispers, the one that had followed her through every step of this cursed place. But now it was stronger, more insistent. "You shouldn't have come. You should have stayed away." The walls seemed to pulse with the voice, the very stones vibrating beneath her fingers. A deep, guttural roar suddenly filled the air, shaking the ground beneath her feet as the lodge itself seemed to shudder in agony. It was as though something ancient and malevolent had been disturbed from its slumber, and now it was awake, aware, and it was angry. The air thickened, growing colder, and Eleanor's breath came out in visible clouds. She turned, her eyes darting around the room, looking for any way to escape, but the room had changed. The door that had once led to the hallway had vanished, replaced by a wall of thick, swirling fog. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth, pine, and something darker, something that made her stomach churn. The mirror, the reflection. It wasn't just the creature anymore. As her eyes locked onto the glass again, Eleanor's stomach twisted. The figure in the mirror was no longer just a shadowy shape. It was her reflection, but distorted, broken, as though it had been stretched and twisted by some unseen force. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror, and her mouth moved in a scream that she couldn't hear. But as her reflection moved, it wasn't in sync with her own body. The creature's eyes glowed brighter within the glass, its claws pressing against the surface as if trying to tear through. Then, with a sound like cracking bones, the mirror shattered. Pieces of glass flew out in all directions, catching the light like shards of ice. Eleanor screamed, stumbling backward as the jagged fragments hit the ground, scattering across the room. But even with the mirror destroyed, the creature wasn't gone. It was still there, its presence more oppressive than ever. The shadows around her stretched and twisted like living things, crawling toward her, reaching for her with long clawed fingers. "It's not over." The voice rang out again, loud and clear this time. Eleanor spun around, her pulse racing as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. The room seemed to shift, warping, as if the walls themselves were bending to the will of the creature. She could hear the faintest sound, a scratching like nails on wood, echoing through the dark. It has always been here, always waiting. The voice was no longer just inside her head, it was coming from all directions, from the very walls, from the floors, from the shadows. It was coming from the lodge itself. Eleanor's chest tightened as she realized the full extent of what had been awakened. This place, the lodge, it wasn't just haunted. It was cursed, a living, breathing entity that had been waiting for someone, anyone, to awaken it from its slumber. And now that she had, there would be no escaping its wrath. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the floorboards groaned again, this time with a more violent force. A low growl reverberated through the room, and Eleanor turned to see the creature emerging from the shadowed corners of the lodge. Its form was becoming more defined, no longer just a formless silhouette but a towering, twisted thing, its elongated limbs reaching out, claws scraping against the stone. She had to move. Eleanor turned on her heel and ran, her heart pounding, her breath coming in desperate gasps. She barely heard the growl of the creature behind her, its steps shaking the floor, its breath like a gust of wind at her back. She rounded the corner, pushing past the thick mist that seemed to swirl and curl around her, disorienting her. Each step she took felt heavier, as if the lodge was dragging her down, its walls pressing in on her from all sides. The hallway stretched out endlessly before her, the sconces on the walls flickering, their flames dimming and flickering like dying embers. Eleanor couldn't think. She couldn't stop running. And then, in the distance, she saw it, the door. The door that led outside. The door that had to be the way out. She could see the faint outline of the handle in the dim light, and with renewed desperation, she pushed herself forward, her feet barely touching the ground as she ran faster, faster than she ever had in her life. But just as she reached for the handle, the door slammed shut in front of her with a deafening thud. Eleanor froze, her hands still outstretched, her mind racing as she turned around to face the room she had just fled from. The creature was there, its massive form filling the doorway, its glowing eyes fixed on her with a predatory hunger. It was no longer a shadow. It was flesh, bone, its body contorting unnaturally as though it were a part of the lodge itself, an extension of the dark force that had infected this place. "You cannot leave." The voice was everywhere now, all-encompassing, like the lodge itself was speaking to her. The walls seemed to ripple, the shadows crawling toward her once again. The air was thick with the sound of scraping claws, the low growl of the creature reverberating in her bones. It was closing in on her, its presence consuming everything in sight. And then, in that moment of terror, Eleanor understood. She hadn't just entered a haunted house. She had crossed into something far darker, a place that wasn't bound by the laws of the living. The creature, the lodge, the shadows, they were all part of something older, something that had been waiting for a soul to step into its grasp. And now she was the one who had been claimed. Eleanor's breath hitched in her throat as she backed away from the door. It had slammed shut with a force that felt unnatural, the sound of it echoing through the lodge like a final warning. Her legs trembled, her body instinctively pushing her toward the farthest corner of the room, where the shadows seemed to stretch and twist. The creature, this thing, was closing in. Its eyes, dark as pits, glowed brighter than ever, and its twisted body seemed to fold in on itself, like a grotesque marionette being pulled by invisible strings. "You cannot leave," the voice growled again, reverberating through the air, a low, guttural sound that seemed to shake the very foundation of the lodge. The walls around her pulsed, as though the entire place was alive, breathing, with a hunger far older and deeper than any earthly thing. She could feel it now, the pulse of the lodge, its rhythm, its ancient heartbeat beating through the air, through the floor beneath her feet. She was no longer just inside a building. She was inside something vast, something that could feel her every thought, her every fear. The lodge was aware of her. She staggered back, her mind reeling with 1,000 thoughts, 1,000 questions. What was this place? What had she awakened? There was no answer, only the growling of the creature, louder now, echoing in her mind. She turned her eyes back to the door, the only possible way out, but the lodge had sealed it. The door had locked itself shut and she couldn't escape. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, the walls closing in, the floorboards groaning under the weight of some terrible thing moving beneath the lodge. The whispers, that maddening chorus of voices, returned again, now a roar in her mind. It's not just the creature. The words were distant, but they rang in her ears. The lodge, it feeds on the living. It has always fed on them. Eleanor turned, her back pressed against the cold stone wall. Her pulse hammered in her ears, her hands slick with sweat as she tried to gather her thoughts, to find a way out. But the shadows were moving closer, twisting into strange shapes, slithering like dark tendrils from the corners of the room. They coiled around her feet, creeping up her legs, pulling at her. And then the truth hit her like a brick to the chest. The lodge itself was alive. It had always been alive, feeding on the souls of those who entered, trapping them inside its walls. The creature, the shadow, the whispers, they were its extensions, its guardians, keeping the living from escaping. The lodge had been feeding for centuries, drawing in souls, claiming those who had been foolish enough to enter. She had opened the door and now there was no turning back. The creature roared again, its eyes narrowing as it took a step forward. Eleanor's legs were shaking, her body frozen in place as it moved closer. Its elongated claws scraped the floor, each step slow and deliberate, as though it were savoring her fear. You cannot run from the truth. The voice echoed once again, louder than before. The shadows seemed to grow stronger, more aggressive, as if the very walls of the lodge were pushing her toward the creature. Her chest tightened, her throat closing up as panic surged through her. She needed to think, needed to find a way out, but everything felt hopeless, the lodge closing in on her like a trap, like the jaws of some terrible beast. The whispers were a steady, maddening hum in her ears. You belong to us now. You are part of the lodge. The blood of the living flows through its veins. Suddenly, a sharp, burning pain shot through her chest. Eleanor gasped, stumbling back as her hands flew to her heart. She could feel something, a pressure, a coldness, deep inside her. She glanced down in shock, watching in horror as the blood from her body seemed to seep through her skin, her veins turning black beneath her clothes. Her breath caught in her throat as the blackness spread, like an infection, moving through her body with an unnatural speed. No! She cried, stumbling backward, her hands pressed to her chest in an attempt to stop the pain. The creature let out a chilling laugh, low and hollow. It's too late. The lodge has marked you. You're its now. You will feed it like all the others before you. Eleanor could feel it. The lodge, the blood, the darkness, beginning to take root inside her, spreading through her veins, claiming her as one of its own. The walls seemed to pulse around her, and she could hear the screams, the cries of those who had come before her. The souls of the trapped, lost forever in the lodge, their agony now part of the building's pulse, part of its living essence. The creature's eyes burned with a cruel hunger as it moved toward her, its form now fully materialized, standing tall and terrifying in the dark room. Its claws scraped against the floor, and Eleanor felt the cold air grow heavier with each step it took. She tried to run, but her body was failing her. The lodge had already begun to claim her, its curse taking hold. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. And then she heard it, a sound from far below. A low, mournful wail that seemed to rise from the bowels of the earth itself, shaking the very foundation of the lodge. The air thickened, and for a moment, everything went still. The creature paused, its glowing eyes narrowing as it listened. The walls of the lodge shuddered as if they too had heard it. The wail grew louder, deeper, resonating through the stone walls, and with it the entire lodge seemed to shift. The floor beneath Eleanor's feet cracked, a deep, booming sound that rattled her bones. The shadows seemed to withdraw, retreating into the corners, leaving the creature frozen in place, its glowing eyes still locked on her. The whispers died down, replaced by a terrible silence. What is this? The creature's voice rumbled, full of confusion and fear. For the first time since Eleanor had entered the lodge, there was uncertainty in its tone. The wailing grew louder, the earth beneath her feet shaking violently as the walls of the lodge began to crack, splintering open. From beneath the floor, a deep, red light began to seep through, like blood from the veins of the earth itself. The walls groaned in agony, the lodge itself screaming as the wail reached its peak. And then, from the cracks in the floor, the blood began to pour. It wasn't just blood. It was the blood of the lodge, of all those who had been consumed by it. It poured from the cracks, rising like a tidal wave of red that filled the room, flooding every inch of space. The creature's eyes widened in panic as the blood surged, the crimson tide rising higher and higher, until it reached its chest. "No!" it howled, its voice now full of terror. The blood consumed it, engulfing its twisted form in an instant. The creature's scream silenced as it was swallowed by the lodge's fury. The room began to shake violently, the floor cracking wide open, and the lodge itself seemed to collapse under the weight of its own bloodlust. Eleanor stumbled backward, her body drenched in the blood of the lodge. But it wasn't over. The walls around her groaned, the echoes of ancient screams rising from the depths of the earth. The lodge was alive, and it was dying. The blood surged upward, filling the room, rising like a thick, sticky tide. Eleanor's chest tightened, her breath coming in desperate, shallow gasps as the crimson flood swept around her, pulling her toward the cracked floor. The walls of the lodge groaned in agony, the ancient stones rattling as if the entire structure were shaking with the weight of the curse it had borne for centuries. Her legs, once trembling in fear, now fought to stay upright as the blood crept higher, inching up her body. It was cold, far colder than it had any right to be, like the touch of something long dead. It seeped into her clothes, into her skin, a gnawing coldness that chilled her to the bone. The whispers, those maddening voices, grew louder again, now distorted by the thick tide of blood that churned beneath her. The sound was deafening, filling her ears with a cacophony of wailing, pleading voices. "It's too late, it's too late. You cannot escape. The blood of the lodge flows through you now." Eleanor's heart raced. Her mind was clouded by panic, but the terror wasn't just for herself. It was for the realization that the lodge itself was alive, breathing, growing, feeding. The blood wasn't just a substance, it was a force. It was the life of the lodge, the essence of the dark power that had kept it standing for so long. And now, it was consuming everything in its path, including her. With every breath, Eleanor could feel the pulse of the lodge, a rhythmic, slow beat deep within the walls. It was alive and she could sense it now. The creature, the dark shadows, the twisted things that had haunted her since her arrival, they were merely extensions of the lodge's hunger, its desperate thirst for souls. She was now bound to it, its blood running through her veins. It had marked her as its own. And then the blood stopped rising. The room grew deathly still, the air thick with a silence so complete that Eleanor could hear her own heartbeat hammering against her chest. The wailing voices faded, replaced by a hollow emptiness. The blood that had filled the room began to recede, slinking back into the cracks in the floor as though it had never been there at all, leaving only a damp, sickly stain in its wake. But the atmosphere in the lodge had changed. There was no more terror in the air, no more whispers or growling creatures. Instead, an oppressive stillness settled over the room, a heavy silence that seemed to press in on her from all sides. She could feel it in her bones, the lodge was waiting. Eleanor's legs gave out beneath her, and she sank to her knees in the cold, damp remnants of the blood. Her fingers trembled as they reached down, brushing the slick, dark substance on the floor. It was thick, viscous, like something that had congealed over centuries. As her fingers made contact with it, a terrible shudder ran through the lodge, like a living thing recoiling from her touch. She pulled her hand away quickly, staring at her fingers in horror as if the blood might burn her. But as she pulled her hand back to her chest, a low, echoing sound filled the air. A deep rumble that seemed to come from the bowels of the earth, as though the very foundations of the lodge were about to collapse. It grew louder, a constant thrum that rattled the walls, shaking the ground beneath her feet. Then, from the farthest corner of the room, an ancient door creaked open. Eleanor's gaze snapped toward it, her breath hitching in her throat as she saw the dark outline of the doorway, glowing faintly with a sickly red light. The door wasn't just old, it was ancient, covered in symbols she couldn't recognize, symbols that seemed to move in the dim light, shifting with each passing second. The door beckoned to her, its frame twisting as if it were alive, watching her. "Come closer." The voice, familiar now, yet far more insistent, whispered again, but this time it didn't come from the walls. It came from the door. Eleanor fought the compulsion to move toward it, her body trembling as if some invisible force was pulling her forward. But her legs wouldn't obey. She was frozen in place, unable to resist the call. It was as though the door knew her fears, her desires, everything that had led her here. The blood, her blood, was still in her veins, a reminder that she had been claimed, that she had become part of the lodge's insidious design. She had crossed the threshold into its dark heart, and now there was no turning back. With a force beyond her control, Eleanor found herself rising to her feet. Her steps were slow, hesitant at first, but as she neared the door, the air around her thickened, pressing in like a weight. The lodge seemed to hum with life, the walls pulsing with an energy that felt ancient and relentless. She was moving toward the door, whether she wanted to or not, her feet carrying her, her mind screaming to stop, but her body obeying the will of something far older than her. The door creaked open further as she approached, the light from within seeping out like blood from a wound. Eleanor could hear the faintest sound, like a heartbeat, coming from the other side. It was steady, rhythmic, like the sound of something alive. As she stepped into the doorway, her body trembled with fear. The temperature dropped suddenly, and she felt a chill crawl over her skin. It was colder than she could have ever imagined, colder than the grave. But it wasn't just the cold that made her blood run cold, it was the sense of something waiting for her on the other side. The door swung open fully, revealing what lay beyond. A vast, empty chamber stretched out before her, its walls lined with ancient, crumbling stone. The floor was cracked, the very foundation of the room splintering with age. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, its surface covered in intricate, twisting runes that seemed to pulse with a faint red glow. On the pedestal rested a single, glowing object, a heart. It was a heart, but not a human one. It was far too large, its surface slick and wet with some dark substance. The red light that emanated from it was sickly and unnatural, flickering in time with the distant heartbeat that echoed throughout the room. The heart was alive, pulsing, its rhythm the steady pulse of the lodge itself. The chamber was the heart of the lodge. And in that moment, Eleanor understood. She wasn't meant to escape. She had never been meant to escape. The lodge was not just a place. It was a living, breathing entity that fed on the souls of the lost. And now she was part of its bloodline, its heart. The blood that had filled the room, the blood that had been forced into her veins, was not just a part of her. It was a part of the lodge itself. And the heart had been waiting for her. You are the heart now. The voice echoed in her mind again, stronger than ever, more powerful than the creature or the blood. The door behind her slammed shut with an earth-shaking crash, and Eleanor turned slowly, her legs weak beneath her, as she realized what she had become. She had become the heart of the lodge. The chamber seemed to close in around Eleanor as she stared at the pulsating heart in the center of the room. The faint red light flickered rhythmically, casting long shadows on the cracked stone walls. The heartbeat that echoed through the space wasn't just the sound of a living thing, it was the sound of the lodge itself, the pulse of an ancient power that had been dormant for far too long. Her body felt heavy, as though the air in the room had thickened to the point where each breath was a struggle. The coldness was more than just temperature now, it was a presence, a force that weighed down on her, pressing against her chest, suffocating her. She could feel the lodge's pulse inside her, echoing in time with the heartbeat of the heart on the pedestal. Eleanor's heart too began to race, but not from fear alone. It was something else, a connection, a thread of life linking her to the heart, to the lodge. The blood inside her veins had merged with the blood of the lodge. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized that the heart, this vile, pulsing organ, was no longer just a physical thing. It was alive with magic, ancient and dark, and it was calling to her. You are the heart now. The voice, so familiar yet so distant, echoed in her mind once more. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a command, an undeniable truth. Eleanor's hands trembled at her sides as the full weight of her situation began to press down on her. There was no escape. There had never been an escape. The lodge had chosen her. It had waited for her, for someone to cross its threshold, someone foolish enough to awaken it from its slumber. She took a step forward, the blood from the floor clinging to her shoes, each movement feeling like an act of defiance against her own body. But her body was no longer her own. The lodge had claimed it. Her legs moved of their own accord, her feet dragging her closer to the heart, as if some unseen force was pulling her toward it. She tried to resist, tried to fight the compulsion, but it was hopeless. The lodge's grip on her was too strong. As she reached the pedestal, she could feel the warmth radiating from the heart, a warmth that wasn't natural. It was alive with a dark energy, an energy that hummed through the air, vibrating against her skin. Her hands reached out involuntarily, her fingers brushing against the slick surface of the heart. The moment her skin made contact, A jolt of energy shot through her, filling her chest with a searing, fiery pain that felt as though it would tear her apart from the inside. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the vast emptiness of the chamber. The heart pulsed again, and with each beat, the pain inside her grew stronger, more unbearable. It was as if her body was being torn open, its essence being drained, consumed by the very heart that lay before her. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the pedestal, her body shuddering with the force of the energy pouring into her. The lodge itself seemed to respond, its heartbeat quickening, the walls vibrating as if the very bones of the place were alive with the pulse of the heart. The ground trembled beneath her, the air thick with the scent of rot and decay, and yet, she could feel the power coursing through her, changing her. "You are the heart now." The voice repeated its mantra, each word seeping deeper into her soul, weaving its dark magic into her very being. The blood that flowed through her veins felt thicker now, darker, as if it had fused with the essence of the lodge. She could feel the lodge's power inside her, swirling and growing, feeding off her fear, off her life. She could hear it now, the whispers, not just in her ears but inside her mind, inside her thoughts. They were all here, the souls that had been claimed by the lodge over the centuries. Their voices were faint at first, like the distant murmur of a crowd, but as she focused on them, they grew clearer. "We are here. We are part of it. We are part of you now." The words chilled her to the core, but there was something else in their tone, something that stirred a terrible sense of belonging. The lodge wasn't just alive. It was a collective, a living organism composed of all those it had consumed. The souls of the lost, the damned, were a part of it now, trapped within its walls, feeding it, sustaining it. And now, Eleanor was a part of that, her own soul wrapped in the same dark web of fate. Her breath became shallow as the voices in her mind grew louder, more insistent. They were no longer whispers. They were a chorus, a tide of voices pulling her under. They were urging her to embrace it, to give herself fully to the lodge. She felt herself slipping, her will fading as the darkness inside her grew stronger, fed by the heart before her. She reached for it again, her hand trembling as she hovered above the beating organ. It pulsed with a terrible rhythm, alive with dark power. This time there was no resistance. Her fingers closed around it, and the moment she touched it, a rush of energy tore through her, consuming her mind, her body, her soul. The walls of the chamber seemed to pulse with life, the floor beneath her feet cracking and shifting as the energy from the heart flowed into her, binding her to the lodge forever. And then everything went still. For a moment there was no sound, no motion. The chamber had fallen silent, and Eleanor was lost in a black void, her thoughts a blur of confusion and terror. The connection to the heart was too much, too powerful, and she felt herself dissolving, losing herself in the overwhelming flood of energy. But it wasn't death. It was rebirth. Eleanor's vision cleared, and she found herself standing once more in the center of the room. The heart still pulsed in front of her, but now it was no longer just a heart. It was a part of her. The blood that ran through her veins was no longer her own. It was the blood of the lodge, the blood of the lost souls. She could feel their presence inside her, their thoughts mingling with hers, their desires, their regrets, all feeding into the power of the lodge. She was the heart now. Her body was no longer human. It had been transformed, twisted, reshaped by the lodge's power. Her skin was cold, pale as marble, her eyes dark and hollow, reflecting the endless night that had consumed her. Her heart still beat, but it was a new rhythm, one that matched the pulse of the lodge, one that reverberated through every stone, every creaking beam, every shadowed corner of the building. The voices of the lost souls were all around her, now a constant hum in her mind, but they no longer frightened her. They were her kin now, her family. The lodge had claimed them all, and it had claimed her. Together they were one. Together they would feed the lodge, keep it alive for eternity. The walls of the chamber trembled, the lodge's heartbeat quickening once more. The power inside Eleanor surged, and she understood, truly understood, what she had become. She was no longer a mere visitor. She was the heart of the lodge, the living, breathing center of its dark power. And now the lodge would never be empty again. The heartbeat pulsed again. And with it, the cycle would begin anew. Eleanor's transformation was complete. The pulse of the lodge echoed through her very being, resonating with every thought, every breath. She stood motionless, feeling the weight of the ancient power that now flowed through her, binding her to the heart of the lodge, to its endless hunger. The air around her was thick with the energy of those who had been consumed, those lost souls whose whispers now filled her mind. She could feel them pressing in, their desires, their regrets, their longing to be freed, and yet she knew that they had been woven into the very fabric of the lodge. The walls around her seemed to shift, to breathe with the same life that now pulsed in her chest. The floor creaked beneath her, the sound familiar, like a sigh from the very foundation of the lodge, an ancient groan of satisfaction. It was as though the building itself had awoken, stretching its limbs, absorbing her into its cold embrace. "You belong to us now." The voice that had spoken to her countless times before was no longer distant. It was within her, inside her mind, an extension of her own thoughts. The power of the lodge, the blood, the souls, everything was now intertwined within her. She was not just a part of the lodge, she was the lodge. The pulse that beat through her veins was the same pulse that beat through the ancient walls, through the halls that seemed to stretch endlessly, through the shadows that clung to every corner. She could feel every creak of the wood, every groan of the stone, every whispered prayer of the lost souls that roamed the halls. Her eyes, now dark as the void, flickered to the door at the far end of the chamber. The thick mist from before had returned, swirling around the entrance as though beckoning her, urging her to step forward. Her mind screamed at her to resist, but the lodge's will was stronger than her own. "We are waiting." The voices of the lost souls echoed through her, their cries a chorus of torment and longing. Their desires were no longer foreign to her. She felt them as if they were her own. She could feel the pull of their souls, a need to consume, to keep feeding the heart of the lodge. The dark energy surged within her, pushing her toward the door, toward the next soul, the next victim to add to the never-ending cycle of suffering. Eleanor moved forward, her steps slow and deliberate. Her body felt different now, heavier, colder, as if the very air around her was pressing against her. She could feel the lodge's influence, like tendrils of darkness wrapping around her, guiding her toward her inevitable purpose. The door creaked open before her, revealing the long, winding corridor beyond. It was bathed in an eerie, dim light, the faint glow of a fire flickering somewhere in the distance. The walls were lined with portraits, paintings of faces that were both familiar and strange, eyes that seemed to follow her every move. They were the faces of those who had come before her, those who had been consumed by the lodge's insatiable hunger. The door slammed shut behind her as she stepped into the corridor, the sound reverberating like a final warning. The air grew colder with each step she took, the shadows around her deepening as she moved deeper into the bowels of the lodge. The pulse inside her chest quickened, matching the rhythm of the lodge's heart, the blood that coursed through the walls, through the floorboards. She turned a corner and came upon a door, old and weathered, with a brass handle that gleamed faintly in the low light. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, urging her to open it, to let the next soul enter. Her fingers hovered over the handle, the cold metal biting into her skin. For a brief moment, she hesitated. She could feel the weight of the choice, the realization that with every soul she brought in, she became more deeply entwined with the lodge, more deeply lost to its power. "Open it." The voice was no longer a command, it was a part of her. The lodge's will had become her own. She twisted the handle and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was dark, the only light coming from a single candle burning at the center of the room. The flame flickered weakly, casting long, twisted shadows on the walls. But it wasn't the shadows that caught Eleanor's attention. It was the figure sitting at the center of the room. A woman, pale, trembling, with wide eyes that darted around the room in panic. She was bound to the chair, her hands tied behind her back with thick ropes. The woman's clothes were torn, her face streaked with dirt and tears, but it was her eyes that caught Eleanor's gaze. There was no mistaking the terror in them. This was the next soul, the next offering to the lodge. Eleanor felt a strange, cold satisfaction stir inside her. It wasn't just the lodge's hunger that had taken root within her, it was something darker, more primal. She could see the fear in the woman's eyes, feel the woman's pulse quicken, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she realized what was happening. She could sense the woman's desperation, her will to escape, but it was pointless. No one escaped the lodge. The woman tried to scream, but her voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. Eleanor stepped forward, her presence alone sending a chill through the air. She could feel the woman's terror, tasted on her tongue, like the sweetness of honey. "Please," the woman gasped, her eyes wide with horror. "Please, no. Please, help me. I don't want to die." Eleanor's eyes flickered to the woman, but she felt no sympathy. There was nothing left of the woman's pleas that could reach her. The lodge had claimed her long before Eleanor's arrival. She was a part of the lodge now, just as Eleanor was. A soul waiting to feed the heart of the lodge. Her hand reached out, her fingers trembling slightly as they hovered over the woman's face. She could feel the life within her, the warmth, the breath, the pulse that kept her tethered to the world of the living. And just like that, she could feel it, The pull of the lodge, the desire to consume. The woman's eyes widened in realization, her breathing frantic. No, please, not like this. I didn't. But it was too late. The pulse inside Eleanor's chest surged violently, the blood of the lodge flowing through her, and with it an overwhelming, ravenous hunger. The woman's breath stopped, her body going limp as Eleanor's hand closed around her throat. The life drained from her in an instant, her final desperate scream echoing in the room as Eleanor absorbed the last of her soul. The woman's body crumpled to the floor, lifeless. But Eleanor didn't feel disgust. She didn't feel remorse. She felt power. The lodge had claimed another soul, and with it, the cycle continued. And the pulse in her chest grew stronger. The door behind her creaked open again, the shadows inside the lodge beckoning her forward. Eleanor turned, her heart now a part of the lodge's eternal rhythm, the blood of countless souls running through her. The whispers, now louder than ever, urged her forward. There are more. Always more. Eleanor nodded, stepping into the shadows of the hall. The lodge had claimed her body and soul, but in return she had become its heart. Forever bound to the dark power that pulsed through its walls, feeding its hunger and ensuring that the cycle would never end. And the lodge's dark embrace would never let her go. The shadows closed in around Eleanor as she stepped deeper into the heart of the lodge. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last, reverberating off the ancient stone walls. The very air around her had thickened, swirling with the remnants of the soul she had consumed, now a part of her, guiding her, urging her forward. The whispers filled her mind, a constant hum of voices, their desires tangled with hers. The hunger, no, the need, had grown stronger, more insistent, and now she couldn't ignore it. It wasn't just the lodge that hungered, it was her. Eleanor's fingers brushed against the cold stone walls, feeling the pulse of life within them, the beat of the lodge's heart. She was no longer just its vessel, she was an extension of its endless appetite. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the beams above her, every flicker of light in the corners of the darkened hallways, it all spoke to her, urging her to feed. And she understood now. She was the lodge. It was alive within her, as alive as the blood that coursed through her veins. As she moved further through the hallway, the portraits on the wall seemed to follow her with their eyes. Those eyes were full of despair, full of pain, full of memories of those who had been lost here. Some of the faces were familiar, faces she had once known, faces she had loved. Her mother, her father. Old friends who had disappeared without a trace, their fates sealed long before her arrival. And now they too were part of the lodge, part of the endless cycle. The lodge kept them, kept everyone who passed through its walls, until their souls fed the very foundation of its existence. She paused in front of one portrait, her mother's face, frozen in a look of gentle concern, the eyes looking so real that Eleanor could almost feel her presence, almost hear her voice. Don't go. The words whispered through her mind like a ghostly echo. Stay away from here, Eleanor. Don't make the same mistake I did. But Eleanor didn't listen to the voice in her mind. The lodge had already claimed her. Her mother's warning was a distant memory, faded into the darkness. And now it was too late. She could feel the weight of the lodge's hunger pressing against her chest. It called to her with an ancient and terrible hunger, one that could never be sated. It had never been sated. There is more. The voice in her mind was clearer now, the whispers growing louder. It wasn't just the souls of the lost that filled her thoughts. It was the lodge itself, the pulse of its heart, the cycle. It was endless, stretching back through time, drawing in the living to sustain its terrible hunger. And Eleanor, now bound to it, could feel the pull, could feel the need to feed, to bring more into the lodge, to grow its power, to keep it alive. Her feet moved of their own accord, as though guided by the pull of the lodge. The corridors twisted before her, the walls seemed to shift, bending and warping with each step she took. It felt as though the lodge was alive, breathing, shifting to accommodate her. The shadows clung to the corners of her vision, and she could hear the faintest sound, like scratching, scuttling, as though something, or someone, was moving just out of her sight. But she was no longer afraid. The fear had gone. She was the fear now. She was part of it, part of the darkness that held this place together. She turned another corner and saw it, a door at the end of the hall. A door she hadn't noticed before. It was old, made of dark wood, its surface weathered and cracked, the handle adorned with symbols she couldn't quite make out. The door was beckoning her, pulling her toward it like a magnet. It was the door to the next chapter, the next soul. The voices grew louder as she reached for the handle. Their cries were desperate now, pleading for release, for freedom. They had been trapped here for so long, bound to the lodge, bound to its insatiable hunger. And now they were reaching out to her, urging her to continue. Open it. The voice that echoed in her mind was not just one of the lost souls. It was the voice of the lodge itself, the deep, throaty growl of something ancient, something that had existed long before the first human steps had ever touched these grounds. With a single, steady motion, Eleanor grasped the handle and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a room bathed in a sickly, dim light. The walls were lined with shelves, each filled with objects she couldn't immediately identify. Books, trinkets, jars of strange substances, and most disturbingly, human bones. There were skulls, twisted limbs, and scattered remains of those who had been here before her, their bodies forgotten, discarded like discarded vessels. But what caught her attention was not the grotesque display of death. It was the figure at the center of the room. A man bound to a chair, his face pale and drawn, his eyes wide with terror. His breath came in short, ragged gasps as he twisted and struggled against the ropes that held him. The man was terrified, she could see it in his eyes. He was a stranger, someone new, someone who had stumbled into the lodge just as she had. And now he was caught in the same trap. His voice trembled as he spoke, his words barely above a whisper. Please, please help me. I don't want to die. Eleanor stepped into the room, her eyes locked on the man. The hunger inside her stirred, a gnawing emptiness in her stomach, an insatiable craving that could only be filled by what stood before her. The man's fear radiated through the room and she could taste it. His terror was like sweet nectar. His soul, so full of life, so full of energy, was now ripe for the taking. No one escapes. The voice of the lodge rang in her ears, louder now, commanding her. She could feel the pulse of the heart, her heart, accelerating. The man's breath quickened, his body jerking in the chair as he realized what was happening, his panic rising with each passing second. He screamed, a desperate hollow sound that echoed through the room, but it was futile. The lodge would not let him go. It would never let him go. Eleanor moved closer to him, her steps slow, deliberate. She could feel the power inside her, could feel the souls of the lost stirring within her, their energy swirling with hers. She was no longer Eleanor. She was the lodge. The man was just another sacrifice, another soul to feed the heart of the place that had claimed her. Her hand reached out toward his throat, and as her fingers brushed against his skin, she felt the last flicker of his hope, of his life, his pulse, his soul. It was all so close. The man's eyes were wide with terror, his body trembling, and for a moment, Eleanor hesitated. She saw herself in him, the fear, the helplessness. She remembered her own terror when she had first entered the lodge, when the creature had hunted her, when she had thought she might escape. But there was no escape. Not for her. Not for him. The pulse of the lodge surged within her, and with it, she closed her hand around his throat. And then, in a single, final moment, she took his life. The man's body went limp, and as it did, Eleanor felt the surge of power flood through her, the energy of his soul merging with hers. The hunger had been fed, but it would never be satisfied. There would always be more. There would always be another soul to claim, another life to consume. The man's body crumpled to the floor, and Eleanor stood over him, her chest heaving as the dark power inside her grew. She could feel the heart of the lodge pulsing faster, the walls reverberating with the energy of his soul being absorbed. More, the voices whispered, and she understood. The cycle would never end. It would never stop. The lodge had claimed her, and now she would claim others, forever bound to its endless hunger. The room around Eleanor seemed to stretch in all directions, the walls closing in with a slow, deliberate groan. The lodge was alive, its pulse reverberating through her very being, and with each breath, each heartbeat, the hunger grew. She could feel it, a gnawing, insatiable void inside her chest that demanded to be filled. The power, the blood, the souls, they were all part of the lodge now, and the lodge was part of her. She had become its vessel, its heart, and with every life she claimed, the connection between them deepened. As she stood over the crumpled body of the man, the world seemed to blur around her, the shadows twisting and moving as if alive. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of lost souls, of the ancient, pervasive hunger that had consumed everything in its path for centuries. She could hear them now, the voices of the lost, their cries blending into a single, mournful melody that echoed through her mind. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were her thoughts, her desires, and they were urging her forward, pushing her to continue to feed. There are more. The voice was not just in her mind now, it was in the very air, a low hum that seemed to vibrate the walls. The pulse of the lodge quickened, its rhythm matching the beat of her heart. The hunger was calling again, louder this time, insistent, demanding. She stepped over the man's lifeless body, her eyes scanning the darkened corners of the room. The shadows were shifting, and in them she could almost make out the shapes of those who had come before her, their faces twisted in agony, their forms only half formed in the darkness, as though they were caught between the world of the living and the world of the dead. They were watching her, waiting for her. Eleanor's breath quickened as she turned, her gaze falling on the door that had opened to her arrival. The corridor beyond was still, but she could sense it, the movement, the pull. The lodge was calling her deeper, pulling her toward another soul, another offering. She could feel the weight of the door behind her, but it was the door ahead that beckoned, a dark promise that she couldn't resist. Without thinking, her legs moved forward, carrying her toward the hallway that stretched out before her. The walls seemed to shift again, the air thickening, suffocating her with the weight of the lodge's presence. Each step she took seemed to echo louder, reverberating down the corridor, and with each echo she felt the pulse inside her grow stronger. The hunger, now a part of her, was overwhelming. It was not just a desire to feed, it was a compulsion, a need that could not be ignored. The hallway twisted, the darkness growing thicker with each step. She could see faint flickers of light far in the distance, shadows dancing on the walls. But the deeper she went, the more the air seemed to close in on her. The temperature dropped, and a coldness seeped into her skin, into her very bones. The deeper she went, the stronger the pull became. She could feel it, the next soul just ahead waiting for her. She paused, her heart racing as the air seemed to shift. The shadows ahead rippled, and she could see movement in the dark. A figure. It was barely a shape, a shadow among shadows, but it was moving, drawing closer. Her pulse quickened in response, the hunger inside her stirring, alive, aware. The figure stepped forward, and Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. It was a woman. Pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a face twisted in terror. She was bound, tied to the wall with thick ropes, her clothes torn, her body bruised and battered. She was trembling, but her eyes were full of desperation. "Help me, please." The voice was weak, a mere whisper, but it was enough to draw Eleanor forward. The woman's eyes locked onto her, and for a moment, Eleanor felt a flicker of recognition, a brief, haunting flash of something she couldn't place. She had seen this face before. She knew this woman. But where? The woman's breath hitched, her eyes widening with horror. You're one of them, aren't you? You're the heart." The words were like a punch to Eleanor's chest, and for a fleeting moment she hesitated. The woman had seen the truth. She had seen what Eleanor had become. But it didn't matter now. It couldn't matter. The hunger inside her was a force far greater than any fleeting moment of doubt. She was the heart of the lodge. She was bound to it. She was part of its endless cycle. The woman struggled against her restraints, her eyes pleading with Eleanor. "Please, I didn't ask for this. I don't belong here. I don't want to die." Eleanor took a step closer, her breath cold in the air. She could feel the woman's terror, her desperation, and it only fueled the hunger that burned inside her. The woman's pulse, so full of life, was a beacon in the darkness, a bright light calling out to the insatiable void within Eleanor. She could taste it now, the fear, the life force. It was so close, so easy. The woman's sobs grew louder, but they did nothing to slow Eleanor's approach. The pulse inside her quickened, her chest tightening as she reached out, her cold fingers brushing against the woman's throat. And then she took it. The energy, the warmth, the light of the woman's soul surged into Eleanor, flooding her, filling her, quenching the hunger, but only for a moment. The woman's body went limp in her grasp, her breath fading away as the last of her life force was drained. Eleanor's heart thudded painfully in her chest, the pulse of the lodge now stronger than ever. The voices, the souls, they surged within her, their whispers rising to a crescendo. "More," they whispered. The shadows around her thickened, and she could feel the lodge shifting, responding to her actions. The hunger was never satisfied. There would always be more. Always another soul to claim, another life to consume. The woman's body fell to the floor with a dull thud, but Eleanor didn't look at her. She didn't need to. She had done what she came for. She stood there for a moment, the echoes of the woman's soul now a part of her. The lodge's pulse continued, thundering through her veins, its rhythm in sync with her own. But the hunger hadn't gone. The hunger would never go. Eleanor moved through the corridor again, her steps steady, purposeful. The lodge was waiting, its walls pressing in on her, its power surrounding her like a storm. She was no longer just part of the lodge. She was the lodge itself, and the cycle would continue. She could feel the next soul just ahead, and she would take it. Eleanor moved through the halls of the lodge like a ghost, each step echoing with the hollow weight of eternity. The dark wood creaked beneath her feet, the walls groaning as though the very structure of the place was alive with the ancient hunger that pulsed in her veins. The coldness seeped deeper into her skin, her bones, an unnatural chill that wasn't just of the body but of the soul. She could feel it, the lodge, calling to her, wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into its suffocating embrace. The hunger inside her had grown so overwhelming that it became a constant ache, a gnawing emptiness that could never be filled. Each soul she took, each life she consumed, only made the darkness inside her stronger, hungrier. And yet she could not stop. The corridor before her stretched endlessly, winding through the depths of the lodge like a twisted maze. It was hard to tell where she was anymore. Time had become a blur. The lodge twisted reality, bending space and perception. It was a place without time, without boundaries, a place that didn't belong to the living or the dead. It was a world of its own, one that fed on fear, on sorrow, on loss. And she had become its heart. As she moved, the walls seemed to pulse with life. The whispering voices of the lost souls surrounded her, their cries a soft, persistent hum in the back of her mind. Their presence was a constant weight, an oppressive reminder of what she had become. Their stories, their pain, their torment, it was all now part of her. Their thoughts tangled with hers, their fears bleeding into her own. And as much as she tried to push them away, they clung to her, tangled in the dark web of the lodge's power. There are more. The voices were louder now, their whispers turning into frantic, desperate pleas. They wanted her to keep going. They wanted her to feed the hunger, to keep the cycle alive. They were no longer individual souls to her. They were a collective, a chorus of suffering and longing, each one bound to the lodge, each one desperate for the next life to enter the fold. Eleanor slowed her steps as she approached another door at the end of the hall. She hadn't noticed it before, but it was there now, as though it had always been waiting for her. The door was old, its surface cracked and weathered, the handle gleaming faintly in the dim light. The air around it felt thick, charged, like the moment before a storm. It was calling to her. No, it was part of her now. She didn't need to question it. She didn't need to understand it. All she needed to do was open it. Her hand reached out, fingers cold and stiff as they wrapped around the handle. There was no hesitation now. She had embraced what she had become. She was no longer the woman who had entered the lodge. She was the heart, and the heart was always hungry. With a slow, deliberate motion, she turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room beyond was like nothing she had seen before. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of incense, mold, and something far darker, something that tugged at the edges of her mind. The walls were lined with mirrors, their surfaces cracked and smeared, reflecting the dim light of a single candle burning in the center of the room. The flame flickered weakly, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to shift and move with a life of their own. It felt as though the room itself was a trap, a dark void that swallowed all light, all hope. In the center of the room stood a figure. At first, Eleanor thought it was just another illusion, another soul to be consumed. But as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she realized this figure was different. The person was standing still, as if frozen, staring into one of the mirrors. A woman, her long hair tangled and matted, her clothes torn and dirty. Her skin was pale, ashen, almost ghostly in the candlelight. She looked like someone who had been lost here for ages, but there was something else, something unsettling, about her presence. Eleanor's heart thudded in her chest, but not from fear. The hunger inside her stirred once again, urging her forward. She could feel the woman's pulse, her life force, as if it were a beacon in the dark room. But there was something more. The woman was not alone. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflected a shadow, a dark shape standing behind her in the mirror. Eleanor stepped closer, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she moved toward the woman. She could hear the faint whispers of the souls, urging her to take the woman, to consume her, to feed. But as she drew near, she saw the shadow in the mirror flicker, then move. A chill ran down Eleanor's spine, the hunger inside her momentarily stilled. Something was wrong. Something was different about this room. The shadow behind the woman in the mirror wasn't just a reflection. It was alive, and it was waiting. The woman turned slowly, her eyes locking with Eleanor's. Her gaze was full of terror, but also something else, something Eleanor couldn't place. A knowing look, as though the woman understood something Eleanor did not. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Eleanor froze, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. The woman's lips moved again, and this time, Eleanor could hear the whisper, faint but clear. "You are the heart, but you are not it." The words sent a shiver through Eleanor's body, the meaning sinking into her bones. She was the heart, yes, but she was not the only thing that lived within the lodge. The pulse of the lodge had been with her from the moment she had stepped through its doors, but there was something else here, something far older, far darker, waiting in the shadows of the mirrors. Eleanor's heart pounded in her chest, her breath quickening as the woman's form flickered. The shadow in the mirror stirred again, stretching and growing, its shape becoming more defined, more solid. The woman screamed, her voice a piercing cry that echoed through the room, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness. Eleanor stepped back, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The shadow in the mirror was no longer just a reflection. It was alive, it was moving, its limbs stretching, its body growing larger as it crept out from the mirror, materializing before her. The figure was tall, towering over her, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, its features obscured by shadows. The woman's eyes were wide with fear now, her body trembling as the shadow reached for her. She tried to move, but her legs refused to obey, frozen by the terror that gripped her. And then, with a sudden, violent motion, the shadow lunged, its tendrils wrapping around the woman's body, dragging her into the mirror. Her screams were muffled, distorted, as her form was pulled into the dark void. The room seemed to collapse in on itself, the walls trembling with the force of the darkness. The mirrors shattered, and the candle flickered, casting everything into pitch-black darkness. The shadow remained. Eleanor felt it then, the pull, the hunger, but this was not the hunger of the lodge. This was something different, something far more ancient, more powerful. It was a hunger that had been waiting for someone to feed it, to awaken it from the deep slumber it had lain in for centuries. And now the lodge was not just hers. It belonged to the shadow. The air in the room was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the fading echoes of the woman's scream. Eleanor stood frozen, her heart racing in her chest, her breath shallow as the weight of what she had just witnessed sank into her bones. The shadow, it had taken her. It was not like the soul she had consumed, not like the lifeless body she had left behind in her wake. This thing, this darkness, was alive in a way that the lodge's hunger could never be. It was an ancient force, one that had waited for centuries, waiting for the right moment, waiting for her. The room around her seemed to shift, warping as though the very walls were breathing, pulling in and pushing out with each agonizing pulse of the heart of the lodge. Eleanor could feel it in her bones now, the pull of the shadow like a gnawing force that dragged at the very fabric of the lodge, drawing it into itself. The hunger was not hers alone anymore. It was something far greater, something more dangerous, more insidious. The shadow had awakened, and it was not bound by the same rules, the same patterns that had governed the lodge before. She could feel its presence behind her, lurking just out of sight. Her pulse quickened as she turned, her eyes scanning the darkness, but there was nothing, no form, no shape. Only the faintest traces of movement in the air, the subtle shift of the shadows stretching across the floor. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The feeling was unmistakable. It was as though the very walls of the lodge had become alive with the shadow's presence, as though the darkness itself was stretching, reaching for her. It was no longer just in the mirrors. It had claimed the room, the hallways, the very heart of the lodge, and it was calling to her. You cannot escape it. The voice came again, the low, guttural whisper that seemed to vibrate in her chest. It was not her own thoughts, not the voices of the souls trapped in the lodge. This was something far more powerful, a presence that seeped into her mind, speaking with a voice that was both ancient and unyielding. Eleanor tried to move, to leave the room, but her body refused to obey. The air had thickened, and her legs felt heavy, like lead. Every movement was a struggle, each step like walking through mud. The walls seemed to close in on her, their jagged edges twisting and turning, blocking any escape. It was the shadow, she realized. It had bound her to the lodge in a way the hunger never could. You are mine now, the voice echoed again, a cold, twisted promise that made her skin crawl. Forever bound to the lodge. Forever bound to the darkness. Her heart thundered in her chest as she staggered back, trying to find a way out, a way to escape. But there was no escape. Not anymore. The shadow's presence was everywhere now. It filled the room, swirling around her, a dark fog that twisted and shifted, its tendrils reaching out toward her. She could feel the coldness seep into her skin, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. The hunger, the power of the lodge, had faded, swallowed up by the darkness. The pulse that had once been her heartbeat, the rhythm that had bound her to the lodge, was now drowned by the shadow's own heartbeat, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to echo through the very air. You fed it. The voice was mocking cold. The shadow's words wrapped around her, tightening with each passing second, squeezing the air from her lungs. knew. It knew what she had done. It knew that she had brought the souls, had fed the hunger, had become the heart of the lodge. And now it was taking its turn. It was feeding, but not on the souls. No, it was feeding on something deeper, something more essential. And now you will feed me. The shadows twisted, gathering at the center of the room, forming into something more solid. The darkness congealed, a shape emerging from the void. It was a figure, tall and formless, with eyes that gleamed like molten silver. The eyes locked onto Eleanor, and she felt her heart stop. The figure was not of this world. It was something other, something beyond understanding. Its form flickered and twisted like smoke, yet its presence was undeniable, powerful, ancient, and suffocating. The figure reached out with long, clawed hands, its fingers impossibly long, its skin slick with shadows. It was pulling at her, tugging at her very soul. Eleanor tried to scream, but her voice was choked off, silenced by the weight of the shadow that pressed against her chest. She could feel it now deep inside her, the hunger, but it was not her hunger. It was the shadow's hunger, the endless, gnawing need that had been awakened with her. Her knees buckled and she collapsed to the floor, the cold stone biting into her skin. The shadows closed in, wrapping around her like tendrils, suffocating her. She could feel her breath coming in short gasps, her pulse pounding in her ears. It was too much. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't escape. The shadows were pulling her under, drowning her in the dark hunger that had awakened in the lodge. You will feed me. You will become part of me. The voice was no longer just a whisper. It was in her mind, in her thoughts, in the very fabric of her being. The shadow was merging with her, becoming a part of her, just as the lodge had. It was taking her. Her chest tightened, and for a moment she felt a flicker of something human. A final spark of defiance, of resistance, a fleeting thought that tried to break free. But it was drowned out by the overwhelming presence of the shadow. The darkness was too strong, too vast. Her thoughts became a blur, her consciousness fading, slipping into the blackness. She was drowning in the hunger, in the power of the shadow that now claimed her as its own. The walls of the lodge faded into nothingness, the mirrors, the portraits, the corridors, they all disappeared into the void. There was no lodge anymore. There was no Eleanor. There was only the shadow. And the shadow had claimed her. Eleanor's mind was lost in a sea of shadows. The darkness that had once surrounded her was now inside her, in every fiber of her being. Her very thoughts seemed to dissolve into the void, swallowed whole by the ancient force that had claimed her. She had become something else, something beyond human, a vessel for an entity that had slumbered for centuries, waiting for its chance to awaken. Her body no longer felt like her own. It was a thing of the lodge now, a puppet pulled by invisible strings, each movement controlled by the hunger that pulsed through her veins. The shadow had filled her, consumed her, and in return, it had taken away her ability to remember. The echoes of her past life, of who she had been, of what she had loved, were nothing but fading whispers now. They were no longer hers. They belonged to the shadow. And yet, despite the overwhelming presence of the shadow inside her, a small part of her, a tiny, almost imperceptible part, remained. It was a flicker of resistance, a reminder of who she once was. But it was so faint now, so distant, that it felt like it might vanish completely with each passing second. The lodge, once familiar, had become a labyrinth of darkness. The walls, which had once been lined with portraits of the lost, now seemed to stretch endlessly, their surfaces warped and shifting like a living nightmare. The air itself felt thick, heavy with the weight of untold centuries. The smell of decay, of rot, hung in the air, but it was a scent that had become part of Eleanor now. It was in her lungs, in her skin. It had seeped into her very soul. There are no more escapes, the shadow whispered in her mind, its voice a low, reverberating growl. You are part of me now. You will never leave. The words were like a poison, filling her with a dread so deep, so all-consuming that for a moment she felt herself begin to break. She wanted to scream, wanted to fight, but the shadow's grip was too strong. It had ensnared her completely, leaving nothing behind but an empty shell of who she once was. And yet, even in her despair, a small flicker of something refused to die. It was a faint pulse, a brief spark of clarity that broke through the suffocating darkness. Eleanor's eyes snapped open, her breath coming in short, desperate gasps. She was standing in the middle of a hallway, though she had no memory of how she had gotten there. The air was still thick with the oppressive energy of the lodge, but something was different. The shadow seemed to pulse with a rhythm that wasn't just hers or the shadow's. It was something else. The pulse, Eleanor whispered to herself, her voice hoarse, barely audible. The rhythm of the lodge had always been a constant, a heartbeat that was both hers and not hers. But now it was changing. The walls around her shuddered, the floor beneath her feet trembling as though the very foundation of the lodge was coming alive. Her hand reached out, almost instinctively, touching the cold stone walls. The moment her fingers made contact, the shadows seemed to recoil, pulling away from her skin as though afraid. The pulse of the lodge, the beating heart of the place, was faltering. It was weakening. What is this? Eleanor thought, confusion flooding her mind. Why can't it feel me anymore? The pulse of the lodge should have been a part of her, as natural as her own heartbeat. But now there was something different. The hunger inside her, the shadow that had claimed her, was still there, still pulling at her. But the lodge, the heart of the lodge, it was no longer hers to control. It was rejecting her. She turned her head, looking down the hall. A door loomed at the far end, its surface cracked and weathered, the wood darkened by age and something far older. The shadows around it twisted, reaching toward her, beckoning her to come closer. But there was something off about it, something that made Eleanor pause. The air around it felt wrong, unnatural. Like the very essence of the lodge was being torn apart at its seams. She stepped forward, her body moving on its own accord, despite her hesitation. Each step she took toward the door was heavy, like walking through quicksand, the air growing colder with each passing moment. The hunger inside her stirred, restless as though it too could feel the disturbance. As she reached the door, the shadows recoiled, hissing, swirling like an angry storm. The pulse inside her began to quicken, matching the rhythm of the shadows. The door was calling to her, its presence pulling her in, demanding that she open it. With a trembling hand, Eleanor grasped the handle. It was cold to the touch, colder than it should have been. The moment her fingers made contact, the shadows seemed to freeze, holding their breath, waiting. There was a moment of stillness before the door groaned open, revealing the darkness beyond. Inside there was nothing but blackness. The room was so dark, so deep, that it felt as if it stretched on forever. And in the center of the room, just barely visible in the faintest glimmer of light, was a figure. A man, bound and motionless, his body twisted in unnatural ways. His eyes were wide open, staring into the abyss, but there was no life in them. No soul. The room was empty, save for the figure. But Eleanor could feel it. There was something in the air, something heavy, as if the room itself was a trap, a place designed to consume everything that entered. She could hear it now, the soft scraping of something in the darkness, the sound of something waiting. Feed it. The voice of the shadow echoed in her mind, commanding, demanding. Feed it. It is your only purpose. Eleanor felt the hunger surge within her once more, stronger than before. The pulse in her chest quickened, the void inside her expanding. She could feel the shadow pressing against her, urging her forward, but something deep within her, began to fight back. It was the faint spark of resistance, the last vestige of who she had been. Her eyes flicked back to the figure in the center of the room. The man's eyes, empty and lifeless, stared back at her, but there was something in them, something familiar. No, she whispered, a cold sweat breaking out across her brow. The figure was familiar. She took a step forward, her breath catching in her throat. The room was colder now, and the darkness seemed to press in on her from all sides. It was no longer just the shadow. The lodge itself was closing in on her, drawing her deeper into the void. And then it clicked. This was her. The man, the figure, it was her. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. The shadow had twisted her, made her part of its hunger, but it was using her for something more. She was not just the heart of the lodge. She was the prison. The endless cycle of feeding, of consuming, was not for the lodge alone. It was for it. The shadow was not just feeding, it was using her to trap the souls, to draw them into the endless cycle of darkness. She had become the thing she had feared. And now the pulse of the lodge was growing louder, faster. The heart was beating in time with the darkness, and it was all centered around her. She was the key, and the lodge would never let her go. Eleanor's breath hitched as she stood there, frozen in the thickening darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. The room around her, the endless expanse of cold, suffocating shadow, seemed to close in on her, swallowing her whole. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of ancient wood and dust. The weight of the truth that had just unfolded crushed her with an unbearable force. She was not merely the heart of the lodge. She was the keeper. The cycle had never been just about feeding the hunger, it was about her. She had been drawn here for a reason, drawn to this place not by chance, but by the very force that now sought to consume her. The shadow that had claimed her was no longer something she could fight. It was a part of her, bound to her, controlling her. The hunger inside her wasn't just her own, it was the Lodge's, a force far older than she could comprehend. The figure in the center of the room, the man whose lifeless eyes stared back at her, seemed almost familiar now. She could feel it, his essence, his soul, intertwining with her own. He had been trapped here just like the others. But unlike the soul she had consumed before, this man's presence was different. His eyes, though empty, held something she couldn't understand. There was a sadness there, a pain so raw, so deep that it stirred something within her. "You're me," she whispered, her voice trembling as the realization sunk in. I've been here before." The room seemed to shudder at her words, the darkness pulsing with a rhythm that matched the beat of her heart. Her breath quickened, her pulse hammering in her ears. The shadow, it had been using her all along. It had drawn her into the lodge, had twisted her into something that was never meant to be. She had thought she was just feeding the hunger. She had thought she was helping the lodge grow stronger. But the truth was far worse. She wasn't the heart. She wasn't the source of the hunger. She was the prisoner. The man's eyes glimmered in the faintest flicker of light, his gaze almost seeming to sharpen as though he too was starting to understand. He was no longer a body. He was a part of the shadow, a memory caught between realms, unable to escape the endless cycle. Just like her. She was locked in this place, bound to the shadow, forever feeding, forever consuming. The hunger would never be satisfied, and the lodge, the shadow, would never let her go. But the truth was even darker than she had feared. The shadow's presence inside her was not just controlling her. It was transforming her. It was using her to turn the lodge into something else, something worse. The hunger wasn't just for souls, it was for something far more dangerous, far more ancient. It was an endless cycle of consumption, a twisting, gnawing force that fed off time itself, off the very fabric of reality. And now Eleanor was a part of it. She had become the key to something that was beyond her understanding, beyond the lodge. The man's figure in the center of the room began to change, his form flickering, becoming distorted. His body, once rigid, now began to shift, his limbs elongating, his features melting into something else. The darkness around him seemed to deepen, the air becoming thick with an unnatural energy. The shadow was consuming him. And as it did, Eleanor felt a deep, gut-wrenching pull inside her chest. No, not again," she gasped, her voice breaking. She wanted to turn away. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. The shadow had her, and she knew that there was no way out. The man's body was being twisted, his form warping as the darkness stretched and consumed him. And as the last trace of his humanity faded, Eleanor felt a surge of power, not her own power, but the power of the shadow itself. Her hands shot out, her fingers trembling as she reached for the shadow, for the figure that had once been a man, now nothing more than a vessel for the darkness. The hunger inside her flared, igniting with a ferocity she had never known. She could feel it, the energy, the life force, flowing from the man into her. She was feeding, but it wasn't just his soul she was consuming. It was everything he had ever been, every trace of humanity he had left. And it was changing her. "You will never escape," the shadow whispered, its voice a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the room. "You are a part of this place. You are bound to me. To us." The words sent a shock through Eleanor's body, and for a brief, fleeting moment she felt something. It was a spark, a flash of resistance, of anger. She was not the shadow. She was not the hunger. She had once been human, once been alive. And she refused to let that part of her die. "No," she whispered again, more forcefully this time, her voice growing steadier. "No, I won't be this." But the shadow only laughed, a cold, twisted sound that echoed in her mind. "You are already mine, Eleanor. You are me. You are the hunger." The figure in the center of the room was gone now, consumed by the darkness. But the pull, the hunger, was still there, pulling at her, tugging at her very soul. The shadow had won. It had taken everything from her. But she still felt that flicker of resistance, that part of her that remembered who she once was. And as she stood there in the center of the room, surrounded by the darkness, she felt a choice. She could give in. She could let the shadow consume her completely. Let it reshape her into something more powerful, but something without meaning, where she could fight. Eleanor closed her eyes, and for the first time since entering the lodge, she remembered. She remembered the outside world. The world before the shadows had claimed her. She remembered the faces of the people she had loved, the warmth of the sun on her skin, the laughter that had filled her life before she had come to this cursed place. "I remember," she whispered, as though speaking the words out loud could somehow make it real again. And with that remembrance, a surge of power erupted from deep within her. The hunger that had filled her, the shadow that had claimed her, began to waver. She could feel the darkness pushing against her, but she fought it, her mind stronger than it had ever been before. The shadow did not control her. It had never controlled her. "I am not you," Eleanor said, her voice growing steadier, more confident. "I will never be you." And with those words, the darkness seemed to recoil, as though the very air around her had split. The pulse inside her began to slow, the coldness that had filled her chest beginning to ebb, like a tide pulling back. But the shadow was not gone. Not yet. It would never be truly gone. But she had made her choice. The pulse of the lodge thudded in her chest, an echo of the past, a reminder of the hunger that still lingered. But now, Eleanor understood something deeper. She had become the cycle. She had been a part of it for so long that it had consumed her, twisted her. But the choice to break free was hers. She would fight the hunger. She would fight the shadow. And she would find a way to end this cycle. Eleanor stood in the heart of the darkened room, the pulse of the lodge still vibrating through her chest, her mind reeling with the weight of what had just occurred. The shadows that had once been so oppressive, so consuming, now seemed to waver around her, as though uncertain of their hold. The hunger that had driven her, that had shaped her every step, was still there, but it was no longer the same. She could feel the thin thread of her humanity stretching tight, pulling her away from the abyss and toward something else, something human. But even as she grasped at that fleeting thread, the shadows around her began to stir, like a storm gathering strength, thrumming with a dark energy. The lodge was alive, and its heart, the pulse that had once been hers to command, was now rebelling against her defiance. The walls groaned, the very floor beneath her feet trembled, as though the lodge was preparing to strike back. The shadow had been pushed back, yes, but only for a moment. It would not go quietly. It could not afford to lose its hold on her. Not now, not when she was the key. She was the anchor, the bridge between its realm and the world outside. And the hunger inside her was the tether that bound them together. "You cannot escape," the voice whispered again, deep, resonant, and cold, curling around her mind like a serpent. "You belong to this place. You belong to me." The words were like a slap, a reminder of her captivity, and for a moment, doubt crept in. Could she truly escape? Could she defy the shadow, break the chains that bound her to the lodge? It had always been this way, hadn't it? The endless cycle, the consuming darkness, the souls taken to feed the hunger. She had been one of them once, a soul wandering, lost in the dark. But now she was part of the darkness itself. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her palms flat against the cold stone floor. She could feel the pulse beneath her fingers, a rhythm so deep, so ancient, that it seemed to echo in her very bones. The hunger was insistent, its gnawing presence clawing at the edges of her mind, filling her with a deep, unshakable emptiness. It wanted her to give in, to stop fighting, to surrender to the void and let it consume her once more. But then, amidst the crushing weight of the shadow's grip, she remembered something, a flash of memory, a fragment of a life she had left behind. The sound of wind through the trees, the warmth of sunlight on her face, the laughter of people she had loved. It was fleeting, a ghost of a time before all of this, but it was enough. It was enough to remind her of who she had been, of who she still could be. Eleanor took a shuddering breath, her hands clenched into fists as she pushed herself back up. The shadows tried to press in on her, to drag her back down, but she resisted. With every ounce of strength she could summon, she stood tall again, her heart pounding in her chest as she fought back the darkness that clung to her. The hunger still gnawed at her, but now, it wasn't the insatiable force that it had been before. Now it was a battle. It was a war between the shadow that sought to devour her and the flickering spark of humanity that she refused to let die. She was no longer just a vessel, no longer just a puppet for the lodge to manipulate. She was Eleanor, and she had a choice. "I will never be you," she said through clenched teeth, her voice steady despite the tremors that racked her body. "I will not let you win." The lodge seemed to shudder at her words, the shadows twisting violently, as though the very fabric of the place was tearing apart. The pulse beneath her feet grew stronger, faster, and the air grew thick with a sense of impending collapse. The shadow, however, was not finished. It was angry, furious. "You will break," the voice hissed. "You cannot escape the hunger. You cannot escape the endless cycle. You are mine, Eleanor." The words struck her like a blow, but instead of breaking her, they fueled her. No, she was not just a piece in the lodge's game. She had been used, yes, but she was more than that. She was the key, yes, but she was also the lock. And the shadow, for all its power, had never considered the possibility that she might be able to shut it out, to lock it away. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath coming in shallow gasps, and in the darkness of her mind, she reached out as if searching for something. The pulse, the rhythm of the lodge, the pulse of the hunger, was still there, pounding in her chest. But beneath it, beneath the shadow's grip, there was something else. A flicker of light. A thin thread that connected her to the world outside, to everything she had once known. It was small, faint, but it was real. Her fingers twitched as she began to concentrate on that thread, her mind focusing on it, pushing aside the hunger, pushing aside the pull of the shadow. The pulse, once overwhelming, began to slow, just for a moment, as the flicker of light inside her began to grow. It was a spark of resistance, a defiance that burned brighter the more she focused on it. "You are nothing," she whispered, her voice a growl now, her determination rising. "I will destroy you. I will break your hold on me." The shadows around her writhed in response, the air crackling with energy, but Eleanor held firm. The more she focused, the stronger the thread of light became, the more she could feel it pushing back against the suffocating darkness. It was a feeling of freedom, a feeling of escape. It was the pull of life, of the world beyond the lodge, and it was calling to her. The pulse grew erratic now, its rhythm faltering as though the very structure of the lodge was beginning to collapse. The hunger inside her was reaching a fever pitch, clawing at her insides, trying to reclaim control. But she could feel it now. The line of resistance that had once been so faint was now stronger than the shadow itself. The lodge could not consume her anymore. It could not claim her. The walls of the lodge seemed to groan in protest as she pushed against them, the darkness swirling around her like a storm. The very air seemed to crackle with energy, the pulse of the lodge growing erratic, chaotic. The shadow was beginning to falter. Its grip on her was slipping. "You cannot escape the hunger," the voice screamed, its fury reaching a crescendo, but Eleanor's will had hardened. She had remembered who she was, and she would not let this place define her. The pulse beneath her feet began to slow, its rhythm faltering, then stopping entirely. The shadows recoiled as though in fear. The air grew still. Eleanor opened her eyes. The shadow was no longer there, its presence all but gone, replaced by the faintest trace of light that shone through the cracks in the darkness. She was free. But even as the shadows receded, she knew the truth. The hunger would always be there, lurking in the depths of the lodge, waiting for its next victim. And she would have to face it. But for now, for this moment, she had won. She had broken the cycle. She had broken the shadow. And she would rebuild herself. She would take back what had been stolen. Eleanor stood motionless, the air around her crackling with an unfamiliar stillness. The pulse, the rhythmic heartbeat of the lodge, was silent now, and with it, the darkness seemed to recede. The shadows that had once clung to her like a second skin had faded, their suffocating presence lifted. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she could breathe. The weight that had crushed her chest, the hunger that had gnawed at her from the inside out, was no longer there. But the silence was not comforting. It was unnerving. Eleanor's hands trembled as she slowly rose to her feet, the stone floor beneath her cold and unyielding. The shadows had receded, but the lodge was still there, its broken walls, its groaning timbers, its hollowed heart. The very air still felt thick, heavy with the remnants of the darkness that had consumed her. The lodge had not yet crumbled. It was still alive, still waiting, still hungry. For the first time in months, no years, Eleanor felt a deep sense of loss. The world around her, once filled with the gnashing, relentless presence of the hunger, now seemed empty. It was quieter, yes, but it was hollow, devoid of purpose. The darkness had been a constant companion, a thing that defined her every waking moment. It had been her focus, her driving force. And now that it was gone, she felt adrift. Who was she without the hunger? Without the lodge? The question gnawed at her, more invasive than the hunger ever had been. She had fought so long, fought so hard to break free of the shadow's grip, to escape its suffocating embrace. But now, in the absence of that darkness, she was left with nothing. No purpose, no direction. She glanced around the room, her eyes falling on the broken mirror that had once reflected her twisted, corrupted self. The reflection was now different, clearer. For the first time in so long, she could see herself as she had once been, before the lodge, before the shadows. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with the remnants of fear and exhaustion, but there was something there, a spark of something she had thought lost forever. She was alive. Not just breathing, not just a vessel for the hunger, but truly alive. And that realization hit her like a wave. But for how long? She turned away from the mirror, the questions clawing at her. The pulse of the lodge was still gone, but the hunger, it had not truly disappeared. It was lurking, somewhere deep inside her, buried beneath the layers of resistance she had so desperately forged. She could still feel it, the gnawing emptiness. The shadow had been driven out, yes, but its remnants had left scars, deep, festering wounds that would never heal. The hunger was a part of her now, and it always would be. She could feel it stirring like a whisper in the back of her mind. You cannot be free. The voice was subtle, insidious, like the echo of the shadow itself, taunting her, reminding her of the power it once held over her. The hunger, the darkness, it was still there. It would always be there, waiting, biding its time, until it was strong enough to rise again. Eleanor's hands clenched into fists at her sides. She could feel the rage building, a surge of heat rising from her chest. No, she would not let it win again. She would not be a prisoner to the hunger any longer. But even as she vowed to fight, the weight of the lodge's history pressed down on her. It was a living, breathing entity, and its hunger was not something she could simply ignore. It had been here long before she had arrived, and it would remain long after she was gone. The lodge was not just a place. It was a force, an ancient hunger that fed on souls, on fear, on time itself. And she had been the heart of it, the conduit through which its endless cycle had flowed. Could she truly escape it? Could she ever escape? Her mind reeled with the enormity of the task ahead. She had broken the cycle once, but what if it came back? What if the hunger, the shadow, was more powerful than she realized? Could she even destroy it, or was she doomed to be a part of it forever? What am I now? She whispered to herself, the words falling into the empty room like a confession. She wasn't the same woman who had first set foot in this lodge. The woman who had wandered through those dark halls, desperate to understand her purpose, was gone. The shadow had claimed her, twisted her, but she had fought back. She had won. But at what cost? She could feel the shadows still lingering at the edges of her consciousness, waiting for the right moment to strike. They were a part of her now, woven into the fabric of her being. The hunger was hers as much as it was the lodge's. And as much as she had resisted, as much as she had fought, she knew that the battle wasn't over. The lodge had not given up yet. It had only retreated for a time, waiting for her to slip. It will come again. The thought sent a chill down her spine. The cycle would continue, she realized. Whether she was here or not, whether she fought or not, the hunger would always return. The lodge would always draw in new victims, new souls to feed its insatiable need. The darkness was eternal, and there was no escaping it. But that didn't mean she had to be part of it. She could stop it. Eleanor's resolve hardened as the words formed in her mind. She had been a part of the lodge's cycle, yes, but she didn't have to remain its heart. She could destroy it once and for all. She could sever the connection, break the pulse, the cycle. She had felt the pulse in her bones, its rhythm, its thrum. And she had broken it before. She could do it again. Her eyes flicked to the broken walls of the lodge, the shattered mirrors, the decaying wood. The very fabric of the place seemed to groan under the weight of time. The air still felt thick, heavy with the remnants of the darkness that had consumed her. But it was quieter now, more still. The storm of shadows had passed, leaving only the quiet hum of a place that had once been alive with hunger. But the hunger had not left. She took a deep breath, the first steady breath she had taken in what felt like an eternity. There was a way out, she knew it. A way to break the cycle, to sever the lodge's hold on the world. It wasn't just about fighting the hunger, it was about destroying the very thing that fed it. The lodge itself. She had become part of it, yes, but she could also unmake it. Eleanor turned, her eyes scanning the darkened hallway beyond the room. The pulse was gone for now, but the hunger lingered, a reminder that the battle was not yet over. There would be a reckoning, and she would not lose again. She had been broken, but now she would break the lodge. And with that thought, Eleanor took her first step toward the heart of the darkness. Eleanor's feet moved with purpose, her steps slow but steady as she made her way down the shadow-laden hallway. The air around her seemed to pulse, like the beat of a heart that hadn't yet fully died. The walls were cracked, the wood worn and splintered, but there was a strange, undeniable energy still present, simmering beneath the surface of the lodge. Even though the shadow had receded, the remnants of its power lingered in the very bones of the place. The hunger was still there, coiled like a serpent in the depths. As she walked, she could feel it, a deep, gnawing pull at the edges of her mind, like a whisper in the back of her thoughts, urging her to turn back, to leave this place, to flee from the inevitable confrontation that awaited her. But she didn't stop. The echo of her footsteps reverberated off the walls, loud in the stillness, and with each step she grew more resolute. The darkness was not gone. The lodge was still alive, still hungry, still watching. But now, Eleanor understood something she hadn't before. She had always thought that the hunger was separate from her, that it was something outside her control, something that defined the lodge, that fed its malevolent will. But now she knew the truth. She was the hunger. She had always been a part of it. The lodge had not made her into a monster. The shadow had not consumed her completely. No, it had simply awakened what was already there. She had been drawn to the lodge, called to it by something inside her, something deep within her soul. She had been the heart of the hunger, the anchor that kept the cycle alive. But she had fought it. She had severed the connection, weakened its hold. Now it was time to finish what she had started. The air grew colder as she moved deeper into the lodge, the shadows shifting with every step she took. She could feel them like fingers brushing against her skin, pulling at her, testing her resolve. The hunger inside her stirred, but this time it was different. She wasn't feeding it anymore. She wasn't allowing it to control her. She was fighting it. As she reached the end of the hallway, she paused, her eyes falling on a door at the far end of the corridor. The door was ancient, its surface cracked and weathered by time. But it was solid. She could feel the weight of it, the sense that it was holding something. Something powerful, something that had been kept hidden for far too long. This was it, the heart of the lodge, the source of its power. Without hesitation, Eleanor pushed the door open. The creaking of the hinges sounded like the groan of a dying beast, and as the door swung inward, the shadows rushed toward her, swirling around her like a living fog, desperate to reclaim their hold. The room beyond was vast, its size stretching impossibly far, the walls disappearing into a yawning blackness. The floor was made of stone, cold and slick with moisture, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. It was the heart of the lodge, the place where the hunger had begun, where it had always lived. The shadows seemed to congregate in the corners, gathering strength, swirling like a storm that was ready to consume everything in its path. In the center of the room was a large, circular pedestal, carved from ancient stone. Its surface was etched with symbols long forgotten, whose meaning had been lost to time. But as Eleanor approached, she could feel them. They were alive, thrumming with an ancient energy that pulsed in time with her own heartbeat. Atop the pedestal was a stone basin, and within it lay something dark and formless, something that radiated power. The shadows seemed to gather around it, as if drawn to the dark presence within. It was the source of the hunger, the seed from which the lodge had sprung. The very heart of the darkness. Eleanor's gaze fixed on the basin, her heart racing as she approached. The shadows recoiled, but they did not retreat. They were waiting, watching her every move. The hunger, the pull, was stronger here, more insistent. She could feel it wrapping around her like tendrils, reaching into her mind, whispering promises of power, of control. It was the shadow's last attempt to reclaim her, to make her part of it once again. You cannot fight it. You are mine. The voice echoed in her mind, but this time Eleanor was ready. She took a deep breath, her fingers curling into fists. She was no longer a vessel for the darkness. She was no longer a puppet. She was the one who controlled her fate. And as she stood before the pedestal, she felt a surge of power, the power to end this once and for all. The basin trembled slightly, the dark substance within it shifting as though it was alive. It seemed to pulse in response to her presence, like a heartbeat that echoed in the very walls of the room. The hunger was awakening, stirring from its long slumber. But Eleanor was not afraid. She had learned enough to understand that fear was the tool of the shadow, the thing that kept her bound to this place. She had already broken free once, and now she would finish what she had started. Her eyes locked onto the basin, and with a single step forward, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. The shadows hissed, but she ignored them. She was no longer afraid of the darkness. She had become stronger than it, stronger than the hunger, stronger than the shadow that had once sought to consume her. As her hand hovered over the basin, she could feel it. The power of the hunger, the darkness that had defined her for so long, the force that had shaped her existence. It was in her hands now. She had become the key. She had always been the key. The shadows roared in fury, the air thick with their power, but Eleanor stood firm. With one final breath, she closed her eyes and whispered the words that had been building inside her. I end you. The moment the words left her lips, a shockwave of energy exploded outward, rippling through the room, tearing at the very fabric of the lodge. The shadows screamed, a sound of pure rage and desperation, as the power within the basin began to shatter. The darkness inside it cracked, its pulse faltering, its grip on the lodge weakening. The air grew still. The pulse that had once beat in time with her heart was gone. Eleanor opened her eyes. The shadows had vanished, evaporated like smoke, leaving only an empty room behind. The hunger had been broken. The source of it, whatever twisted, ancient thing had fueled it, was gone. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Eleanor stood in the heart of the lodge, and she was no longer afraid. But even as she stood there, her chest rising and falling with each breath, she knew that her journey wasn't over. The lodge was gone, yes. The hunger had been vanquished. But she had changed. The shadows had left their mark on her, and she could never forget what she had been, what she had become. The weight of that realization hung heavy on her shoulders, but she had made her choice. She had broken free. And now she could begin again. Eleanor stood in the heart of the lodge, her body trembling with exhaustion, her breath coming in sharp, jagged gasps. The darkness had dissipated, leaving nothing but the cold remnants of the place behind, but even as the weight of the shadows lifted, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The pulse had stopped. The hunger had been destroyed. But in its absence, a hollow silence filled the air, thick and suffocating. The lodge, once alive with the incessant thrumming of its ancient heartbeat, was now still. Too still. It was as though the place had died with the hunger, leaving behind only its crumbling bones, the echoes of a past long forgotten. Eleanor took a deep breath, steadying herself as she surveyed the room. The basin was shattered, its dark contents now nothing more than a smear of ancient dust. The symbols etched into the pedestal fading away, their meaning lost to time. The shadows had fled, the walls that had once seemed so oppressive now little more than relics of a darker time. The power that had once filled this place was gone. But even with the silence, Eleanor knew that the lodge wasn't finished with her yet. She had broken the cycle, yes. She had shattered the source of the hunger. But what had that really cost her? What had she become in the process? She glanced down at her hands, her fingers trembling as she inspected the faint, lingering traces of shadow still clinging to her skin. They were like bruises, dark, bruised stains on her soul, impossible to erase. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't completely rid herself of the remnants of what had been. The hunger may have been broken, but the shadow of it remained within her, etched into her very being. The walls seemed to pulse around her, a faint echo of the pulse that had once been the lodge's heart. But it wasn't the hunger's pulse anymore. It was her own. Her heartbeat had returned to normal, steady and calm, but the lodge had changed her. The darkness had shaped her. Even in its absence, she could feel the traces of its power within her, like a dormant force waiting for the right moment to rise again. Would it rise again? Eleanor shook her head, her breath ragged as she fought the wave of doubt that surged through her. No, she had broken the cycle. She had destroyed the heart of the hunger. But she had not done so without leaving a part of herself behind. She had burned away the darkness, yes, but in doing so, she had also forged something new, something that had been inside her all along. Was it a part of her soul? She didn't know. The air was thick, suffocating, and the silence pressed against her like a weight, heavy and uncomfortable. She looked around the room once more, taking in the remnants of the lodge. The place that had once been alive with energy, with hunger, was now dying. The walls, which had once groaned with age, seemed to be crumbling, their edges cracking and splitting like the very fabric of time was unraveling. The hunger had been the lodge's foundation, and now that it was gone, the lodge was following suit. The lodge, once a place of terrible power, was now little more than a hollow shell. She took a step forward, but as her foot hit the cold stone floor, a shiver ran up her spine. She could feel it deep within her, a pull, a tug at her very core. The hunger may have been vanquished, but its echoes had followed her. The shadow, in all its vast, consuming power, had become a part of her. It had always been there, she realized, even when she had fought it, even when she had resisted. The hunger was not just the force of the lodge. It had been a force inside her. And now, as she stood in the silent ruins of the place, she could feel it. The hunger was her. The thought hit her like a bolt of lightning, a cold rush of understanding that spread through her body like ice. It wasn't just the lodge that had consumed her. She had consumed the lodge too. In the end, she had become the vessel. The hunger had shaped her, had twisted her, and in doing so, she had become something else. Something beyond human. Something more than just a woman lost in the woods, trying to escape the shadows. Eleanor's fingers clenched into fists as she struggled to make sense of the truth that was unfolding before her. Had she become the very thing she had fought so hard to destroy? No, she refused to believe that. She refused to accept that she was no longer herself. Her mind raced, a storm of thoughts crashing against her like waves, and for a moment she felt as though she might drown in them. She had been the key to the lodge. She had been the one who had given the hunger form. But the lodge had not been the source of her darkness. She was the source, but she was not lost. The hunger, the shadows, they had all been a part of her. But they were no longer in control. She had freed herself. She had destroyed the cycle. She had defeated the hunger. And that meant something. It meant that she was still human. She was still Eleanor. And she was free. But there was still so much she didn't understand. The hunger had been defeated, but it had not been destroyed. It was still there, inside her, lurking in the deep recesses of her mind. It was the shadow of the lodge, and it had left its mark on her, reshaping her in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. Would she always carry it with her? Eleanor swallowed hard, her throat tight, as she turned away from the pedestal. The weight of the past was heavy, but the future felt uncertain. The world outside the lodge had always been distant to her, vague, unreachable. But now, as she stepped away from the remnants of the place, she wondered if there was truly a way out. A way to return to the world she had once known. Her eyes scanned the room, the once foreboding shadows now faded, leaving nothing but cold stone and cracked walls. The hunger was gone. The shadow had been driven away. But could she ever truly leave? As she turned toward the door, the faintest sound reached her ears. A whisper. A murmur, as though the lodge itself was breathing again, as if it was alive. Her heart skipped a beat. The hunger had been destroyed, but the darkness, the legacy of the lodge, was still there, echoing in the silence. The faintest flicker of light caught her eye as she stepped through the threshold, a glimmer of something familiar. The door creaked open, and as she passed through it, she felt the last of the darkness slip away. But deep inside her, the hunger remained. Not as a force to control, but as a part of her, a shadow in her soul. And though she had won the battle, the war was far from over. The lodge was gone, but she would carry its lessons with her forever. And though the road ahead was uncertain, one thing was clear. Eleanor was no longer a prisoner. She was free. Eleanor stepped out of the lodge, her heart heavy with a mixture of relief and dread. The door creaked closed behind her, the echoes of the last whispers of shadow fading into the wind. The night had settled over the forest like a blanket, the trees towering above her, their branches like twisted fingers reaching into the sky. The air was cool, crisp, but the stillness felt unnatural, like the world itself was holding its breath. For a moment, she just stood there, the weight of the lodge's destruction pressing on her, the silence around her almost suffocating. The hunger, whatever it had been, was gone. The cycle had ended. The lodge had fallen, its power snuffed out. Yet inside her something still stirred. Something darker than the emptiness that had once gnawed at her. Something unfinished. The hunger had been broken. The shadow no longer controlled her. But it had not completely left her. It was still a part of her, woven into the very fabric of who she had become. The remnants of the lodge's darkness were embedded in her soul, like scars that would never fully heal. She rubbed her arms, trying to shake off the cold that seemed to crawl beneath her skin. The forest around her was quiet, too quiet. The trees, once companions to her pain, now felt distant, foreign, like they were no longer a part of her world. The path that had once seemed so clear, leading to the endless abyss of hunger, now seemed uncertain. She could still hear the echo of the lodge's pulse in her mind, faint but unmistakable, like the throb of a wound that had only just begun to heal. Was it truly gone? Or was it just waiting for the right moment to rise again? Could she ever truly escape the shadow that had defined her for so long? Her mind swirled with questions, each one heavier than the last. What was she now without the lodge? Without the hunger? Without the darkness that had been her constant companion? Who was she? The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long, eerie shadows on the forest floor, but it wasn't enough to erase the weight of the past. She had destroyed the lodge. She had broken the cycle. But in doing so, she had destroyed a part of herself too, a part that would never return. She took a tentative step forward, the dirt beneath her feet cold and soft. The forest seemed to watch her, its eyes hidden behind the veil of shadows. The trees that had once seemed so welcoming, so familiar, now felt alien, unknowable. Her footsteps faltered as a sudden thought pierced her mind. What if the world outside the lodge couldn't hold her anymore? The world she had known, before the hunger, before the lodge, seemed so far away now, a distant memory. The world she was about to step into was not the same world she had left behind. Time had passed and she had been gone for so long. Had the world changed? Had she? Her pulse quickened as doubt began to creep into her heart. The shadows of the lodge, though gone, were still in her. Could she ever truly fit back into a world that had moved on without her? Would she always be the woman who had been trapped by darkness, the woman who had been the vessel for the hunger? Would people see her as a monster, as something other, something that didn't belong? No, she wouldn't let them define her. The thought was like a spark in the darkness, igniting a flame within her chest. The hunger had once been a force she could not escape, a shadow that had shaped her, controlled her. But she had fought it. She had defeated it. And now, standing on the edge of the forest, she would not let her past dictate who she was. The darkness inside her would not define her anymore. She was free of the lodge, free of the hunger. She was free. But freedom was a fragile thing. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, a gnawing reminder that the past wasn't so easily erased. The hunger, though no longer a dominant force, still lingered like a faint echo, a whisper at the edge of her thoughts. The shadow hadn't been destroyed, it had just been suppressed. It was a part of her now. Could she ever escape it? Could she ever escape herself? She didn't know the answer, but she knew that the journey ahead would not be an easy one. The world had moved on, but so had she. The woman who had walked into that lodge, desperate and broken, was no longer the same. She was stronger now, more resilient, but she was also marked by the darkness that had claimed her. Eleanor took another step, her eyes fixed on the horizon. The trees parted ahead, revealing a narrow path that wound through the forest and into the distance. The path was lit by moonlight, but the shadows still lingered, creeping along the edges, whispering to her. What was waiting for her out there? She didn't know. But she couldn't stay here forever, bound to the remnants of the lodge and the lingering hunger inside her. The world outside was waiting for her, and she would have to face it, whatever that meant. As she walked down the path, her steps growing more confident, the weight of the past began to lift, just a little. The hunger that had once defined her was no longer in control, no longer a force she had to feed. But it was still there, a part of her. And she would have to learn how to live with it, how to make peace with the darkness inside her. And as the trees parted ahead, revealing a small clearing bathed in moonlight, Eleanor realized that this was only the beginning. The journey she had started in the lodge hadn't ended. It had only just begun. The path through the forest stretched before Eleanor, narrow and winding, its edges blurred by the undergrowth that seemed to close in on her with each step. The moonlight, though bright, was cold, casting long shadows that reached toward her like dark fingers. The air was crisp, but there was an edge to it, a rawness that carried with it the scent of the earth, of the dampness in the soil, and something else, something ancient. It was as though the forest itself recognized her, knew her for what she had been, what she had become. And though the shadows seemed to watch her, they did not reach for her as they once had. Her breath was steady now, but her mind was not. Her thoughts were a storm, a constant swirl of uncertainty and unease. The hunger had been defeated, yes, but it had not vanished. She still carried it with her, in her veins, in her very bones. It had shaped her. It had become a part of her soul. And now, as she walked away from the lodge, she was unsure of what that meant for her. Could she ever be free of it? Or was the hunger a part of her forever? The forest around her was eerily quiet, save for the soft rustle of the leaves and the occasional crack of a twig beneath her feet. The wind whispered through the trees, but it wasn't the same wind that had once swept through the lodge, carrying with it the scent of decay and death. This was different. It was lighter, fresher. And yet, in the stillness, Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for her, watching her every move. Was it the hunger? Or was it something else? Her heart fluttered in her chest, the air suddenly thick with tension, as though the world itself was holding its breath. She had broken free of the lodge, but what had she gained in return? She had lost so much, sacrificed so much of herself in the process. The woman who had left that lodge was no longer the woman who had entered it. She had been shaped by the darkness, by the hunger, by the very walls of the place that had tried to consume her. But that part of her, the part that had been a prisoner, that had been lost in the shadows, was gone. She was free. But was freedom enough? As she walked, the path before her grew narrower, the trees closing in on her once again, as though the forest was trying to keep her trapped, to pull her back into the darkness. The shadows twisted at the edges of her vision, like tendrils reaching out to touch her, to pull her back into the depths. The hunger stirred inside her, faint but insistent, a reminder of the power she had once wielded, of the control she had once had over the lodge. It was a dangerous thing, that power. It had almost consumed her. It had shaped her into something she hadn't wanted to be. And now, as she walked through the forest, she could feel it, like a pull in her chest, a force that wanted her to give in, to return to the darkness. But she couldn't go back. She wouldn't. She had chosen the light. She had chosen freedom. And yet, there was still a part of her, deep inside her soul, that wondered if she had made the right choice. The path led her into a small clearing, the trees parting to reveal a quiet, serene scene. The moonlight bathed the clearing in a soft glow, and in the center, a small stream ran, its water shimmering like liquid silver in the night. The sound of the water flowing, gentle and soothing, filled the air, a stark contrast to the tension that gripped her. For a moment, she stood at the edge of the clearing, her heart still pounding in her chest, the echoes of the hunger still ringing in her ears. She knelt by the stream, her fingers brushing against the cool, clear water. The sensation was grounding, calming. The water was pure, untouched by the darkness that had once consumed her. It was a symbol of the peace she longed for, the peace she had fought so hard to reclaim. But as her fingers dipped into the water, she felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest. The hunger was still there. It was a dull, gnawing ache, like a wound that had never fully healed. It had been buried, yes, but it was still a part of her, still something she couldn't escape. She withdrew her hand from the stream, wiping the wetness from her palm as the pain lingered, a reminder of the price she had paid. Could she live with this hunger? Her thoughts turned inward, and for a moment, the world around her seemed to disappear. The hunger had been broken, but in breaking it, she had fractured herself. The darkness that had once controlled her had left its mark, deep scars, invisible yet impossible to ignore. She had learned to fight it, to resist it, but could she ever stop it? Could she ever truly escape it? She looked down at the stream, its waters flowing calmly, peacefully. The hunger inside her was a stark contrast to the quiet serenity before her. It was a part of her, but it didn't have to define her. It didn't have to control her. She stood up, her eyes scanning the clearing, the world beyond it. The path ahead was uncertain. The hunger would always be with her, lurking in the shadows of her mind, a constant reminder of the darkness she had fought to escape. But the world beyond the lodge was waiting for her, a world that had moved on without her. The people, the places, the lives she had left behind, they were still out there, and she had a choice. She could return to them, face them, and rebuild the life she had lost. Or she could stay here, in the quiet of the forest, alone with the darkness. What would she choose? Eleanor took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs as she steadied herself. The choice was hers. The hunger might still be inside her, but it no longer had control. She was no longer a prisoner of the lodge. She had broken free. She had fought for her freedom, and she would fight to keep it. With that thought in mind, she turned away from the stream, her heart still heavy but resolute. The path ahead was unknown, but it was hers to walk. The hunger might still linger in the shadows of her soul, but she would not let it dictate her future. She was free. She would make her own way. And as she walked away from the clearing, the shadows seemed to grow fainter, the pull of the darkness weakening. The moonlight shone brighter, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Eleanor felt the weight of the past begin to lift. Eleanor's footsteps seemed to echo in the stillness of the forest, the rhythm steady but heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. The hunger that had once dominated every fiber of her being still lingered, a soft murmur in the depths of her soul, but she refused to let it define her. She had fought for her freedom, and she would not let the shadows reclaim her now. The path ahead seemed endless, stretching into the unknown. The trees parted every now and then, offering brief glimpses of the moonlit sky, but mostly they pressed in on her, their branches like a canopy of dark arms reaching out, watching her every move. The world felt unfamiliar, as though it had moved on without her, leaving her behind in the ruins of a place that no longer existed. The forest was no longer her prison, but it felt just as isolating. The loneliness was a constant companion now, a hollow space in her chest that she couldn't seem to fill. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the quiet only broken by the occasional rustle of something moving in the underbrush. The forest was alive, but it felt distant, as if the world she had once known, the world before the lodge, before the hunger, had slipped away, faded into a memory she could no longer reach. As she walked, the sound of her footsteps grew louder in her ears, and she began to feel as though the very forest itself was closing in on her, pulling her back into the shadows. The hunger, though faint, was still there. She could feel it, like a quiet hum under the surface of her thoughts. It was a temptation, a whisper that would not be ignored. You belong to the darkness. You can never escape. The voice was faint, but it was enough to make her pause. Eleanor stopped, her breath catching in her throat as the familiar weight of the hunger pressed against her mind. It had been so long since she had felt it so strongly, so close. It was as though the forest itself was filled with echoes of the lodge, its malevolent energy still reverberating in the air around her. the forest had not freed her. It had only reminded her of the darkness she had carried with her. The shadows twisted at the edges of her vision, moving like living things, waiting to consume her once more. The hunger called to her, its presence undeniable, its pull so strong she could almost taste it. Her chest tightened as the weight of it threatened to crush her. The hunger wasn't just a force, it was part of her. And now, with every step she took, it was getting harder to ignore. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to breathe deeply to steady her pulse. No, she told herself, I will not return to that place. The hunger was inside her, yes, but it was not the force it once was. It was a scar, not a living thing. It was a reminder of her past, a part of her, but it did not have to control her. She had fought the shadows once, and she would do it again. She had been the heart of the lodge's darkness, but now she was the one who held the power. She would never be a prisoner again. With a firm shake of her head, Eleanor opened her eyes, her gaze scanning the forest around her. She was still in the world she had left behind, the world outside the lodge. The hunger might still linger within her, but it was not all she was. The woman who had entered the lodge had been broken, consumed by the darkness, but the woman who had left it was different. She was stronger. She was whole in a way she had never been before. The path ahead was still unclear. The road she had chosen was uncertain, filled with questions and doubt. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew this much. The shadows no longer had power over her. They no longer had a claim on her soul, but they still had a claim on the world. The hunger had not disappeared. It had only been hidden, buried deep inside the earth, just waiting for the right moment to resurface. Eleanor knew that the shadows would always be there, lurking just beneath the surface of reality, waiting for the next person to wander too close. And that was the problem. The world outside the lodge wasn't safe. It was still filled with the same darkness, the same hunger that had shaped her life. There were people out there who would fall prey to it. There were places like the lodge, where the shadows would always be watching, waiting for new victims. The hunger had not just been an entity, a force that had fed on her soul. It was a curse, one that extended beyond the walls of the lodge beyond her. And no matter how hard she fought it, no matter how much she wanted to leave it all behind, she knew the truth. She was a part of it. But she would not let it consume her again. With each step, the path began to feel less like a journey of escape and more like a quest. A quest to find a way to stop the darkness. A quest to stop the hunger from reaching anyone else. She had broken free, yes. But now she had a responsibility. She had seen the power of the hunger up close, understood its depths, and now she could not ignore it. The burden of that responsibility weighed on her, but it was a weight she would bear willingly. She would not let others fall the way she had. She would fight the hunger not just for herself but for the world beyond. As she walked through the forest, she began to sense the subtle shift around her. The air felt thicker, as though something was stirring in the depths of the woods, something ancient. The hunger was always close, always watching. But now it seemed different. The world had changed. The hunger had changed. And Eleanor was changing too. She could feel it deep inside her. The hunger wasn't just a part of her past, it was part of the future too. And now, with every step she took, she was walking into the unknown, a path filled with shadows, whispers, and the knowledge that the fight was not yet over. The forest stretched on before her, an endless sea of trees, the unknown looming like a vast ocean. Eleanor didn't know where the path would lead. She didn't know what she would face. But she knew one thing for sure, she was ready. The hunger might always be a part of her, but it would not control her. And no matter what the future held, she would not be a prisoner again. The path through the forest seemed to grow darker with every step, though Eleanor wasn't sure if the night was truly deepening or if it was the shadows in her mind. The hunger still lingered inside her, a constant gnawing presence that echoed in her chest like a drumbeat. It was quieter now, subdued, but it was always there, just beneath the surface, always threatening to resurface when she least expected it. And yet, there was a new clarity in her thoughts, a sharpened edge to her resolve. The hunger had been a part of her for so long. It had shaped her, controlled her. But now she was learning to wield it, to push it down, to turn it into something else. The hunger might have once consumed her, but she had been freed from its hold. It would never be the master again. But freedom came at a cost. The weight of her past was still heavy, like chains wrapped around her soul, and as the forest closed in around her, Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking through a world that didn't know her. The trees, their twisted branches stretching overhead, felt like silent witnesses to her struggle, as if the forest itself had been here long before her, long before the hunger had taken root. She had learned to fight the darkness inside her. But could she learn to live in a world that had been shaped by it? The wind whispered through the trees, the sound like soft voices murmuring in the distance. The shadows moved in the corners of her vision, but they didn't feel like the same shadows that had once consumed her. These shadows were more distant, more unforgiving, like the ghosts of things long gone, just waiting for the right moment to return. And yet, there was something else, something different in the air. A crackle of energy that hadn't been there before. The hunger, though not as powerful as it had been in the lodge, was still alive in her veins. And it wasn't just the hunger that was calling to her. It was something else. Something new. She paused in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. It was a pull like a magnet drawing her forward. The hunger, the darkness. It was as though the world itself was waking up, stirring with the same force that had once ruled the lodge. The silence around her grew heavier, the shadows pressing in, coiling around her like a tightening noose. She had been free of the lodge. She had walked away from the heart of the darkness. But it had not let her go. The hunger was still there. And now, as she stood in the heart of the forest, it felt like the very land beneath her feet was beginning to shift, to stir with the same restless energy that had once filled the lodge. Oh, Eleanor's pulse quickened. The hunger, the forest, they were connected. She felt it now, the sickening truth that had been lurking just beyond her grasp. The hunger hadn't just been the lodge's power. It had been a force that ran deeper, deeper than she had ever realized. The world wasn't just full of shadows. The land itself was hungry. A cold shiver ran down her spine as the realization hit her. The darkness that had once consumed her was part of something bigger. It was a force that ran through the very earth, through the roots of the trees, through the veins of the mountains. The lodge had been only one part of it, a single manifestation of a hunger that stretched far beyond its walls. And as she stood in the forest, she could feel it, the pulse of that hunger deep beneath her feet, like the thrum of a great sleeping beast waiting for the right moment to awaken. Her eyes scanned the trees, her breath shallow as the air seemed to thicken, to press in on her. She could hear it now, the faintest hum, a sound so soft it might have been the wind or the rustle of leaves, but she knew better. It was something more. A call. A summoning. Her heart raced. The hunger. It was calling her. Not just to feed, but to awaken. Her mind raced, but the hunger within her was beginning to stir, eager, restless. She felt it in her chest, in her hands, in the pit of her stomach, as though something deep within her was waking up too. The force, the darkness, was pulling at her, tempting her. But she had sworn she wouldn't go back. She had sworn she would never be consumed by it again. The hunger wasn't just a part of the past, it was part of the future. The hunger had not been contained within the lodge. It was everywhere. It was part of the world, part of the land itself. Eleanor closed her eyes, breathing deeply, trying to steady the panic rising in her throat. The wind had picked up, and the trees seemed to groan, the sound like whispers on the edge of her consciousness. She could feel the pull growing stronger, could feel the hunger reaching out, trying to draw her into its depths. This is not the lodge, she told herself, trying to cling to the rationality that had kept her grounded so far. The lodge is gone. The hunger is broken. But was it? She had thought that by destroying the heart of the lodge, she had destroyed the hunger. But now she realized it wasn't that simple. The hunger was a force of nature. It wasn't contained by the walls of a building or the boundaries of a single place. It was something deeper, something tied to the very earth beneath her feet. And though she had freed herself from its grasp, she couldn't help but wonder, could anyone truly escape it? The hunger was inside her. It was part of her. But now the forest itself was beginning to feel like the lodge. The same oppressive weight, the same pulse beneath her feet. The world wasn't free of it. It was part of the land, part of the very fabric of the earth itself. And Eleanor could feel the call of it now. She could feel the pull in her blood and her bones. The hunger was stirring, like an ancient, primal force that could not be silenced. Her eyes snapped open, her breath catching in her throat. The shadows were growing deeper now, the trees bending in unnatural ways, the world beginning to tilt at the edges. The pull was stronger. The hunger was alive again. She wasn't sure how much time passed before she took her first step forward. But when she did, it was with a single, resolute thought. She couldn't fight this alone anymore. The world had changed. The hunger had changed. And Eleanor had to learn how to live with it, how to control it, or the darkness would consume her once more. With a final glance at the forest around her, Eleanor turned toward the distant horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break. The journey ahead would be hard. The hunger would never fully leave her. But she would face it. She would face the world, this world, and she would find a way to keep the darkness from claiming anyone else. It was time to face what lay beyond the forest. It was time to embrace the future. The first rays of dawn broke through the trees as Eleanor walked deeper into the forest, her steps now steadier, though the weight of the world around her felt heavier than ever. She had come so far, fought so much, yet the path ahead seemed just as uncertain as the one she had left behind. The hunger was not gone. It had merely shifted, slumbering beneath the surface, waiting to be awakened. And now, Eleanor could feel that awakening like a pulse under her skin, vibrating through her very bones. The land itself was alive with it. As she walked, the shadows of the trees stretched out before her like dark tendrils, but they no longer felt like a threat. They felt like an invitation. An ancient, silent call that tugged at her soul. The hunger was no longer just a part of her, it was a part of everything around her, woven into the very fabric of the earth itself. The trees, the soil, the wind, they were all connected by the same force. A force she had once feared, had once fought to escape. But now she saw it for what it truly was. It's not just inside me, she thought, her mind racing. It's everywhere. It's in the land itself. The thought left her breathless. She had always believed the hunger was an isolated thing, something that had lived in the lodge and fed on the souls of those trapped within its walls. But now she understood. It was not contained by walls. It was not bound by a single place. The hunger was woven into the earth's very essence. It was a primal force that lived in the deep roots of trees, in the thrum of the land beneath her feet, in the pulse of the rivers that cut through the earth. It was ancient and it was everywhere. It's the earth itself. The hunger wasn't something that could be destroyed. It wasn't something that could be fought and vanquished. It was a part of the world, a force of nature as old as time itself. And no matter how much she tried to distance herself from it, she couldn't escape it. The wind stirred through the trees again, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something deeper, something more ancient. It was a call. The same call she had felt when she stood at the edge of the lodge, when the hunger had reached out to her in a whisper, tempting her to come back, to embrace the darkness once again. She had been running from it for so long. But now she wasn't so sure. She had thought that the hunger was something that would devour her, that it would consume everything she was. But now, as the wind whispered through the branches and the shadows shifted in the corners of her vision, Eleanor began to wonder if the hunger was not something to be defeated, but something to be understood. Could she learn to live with it? The thought was terrifying. But as the first light of day bathed the forest in its soft, golden glow, Eleanor felt a strange sense of calm settle over her. The hunger was part of her, yes, but it was also part of something larger, something more ancient. And if she could learn to live in harmony with it, if she could learn to understand it, perhaps she could control it. Perhaps she could use it rather than be consumed by it. She stopped for a moment, her eyes scanning the forest around her. The trees, tall and silent, seemed to be watching her, their branches swaying in the breeze as if beckoning her forward. The air was thick with the weight of ancient power, the pulse of the earth reverberating beneath her feet. It was as though the very land was alive, aware of her presence, aware of what she had become. Eleanor knelt down, her fingers brushing the ground, feeling the coolness of the earth against her skin. She could feel it then, the pulse of the hunger deep beneath the surface flowing through the veins of the land. It was like a heartbeat, steady and eternal. She could feel the rhythm of it as if it was calling to her, inviting her to understand it. This is not just a force, she thought. This is a living thing. This is the heart of the world. The thought filled her with both awe and fear. The hunger was not a monster, not a demon to be vanquished. It was part of the cycle of life, part of the balance of the earth. It had always been there, hidden beneath the surface, waiting for those who could understand it to reach out and touch it. She sat for a long time, her fingers tracing the earth, feeling the pulse of the hunger beneath her. The world around her seemed to grow still, as though the forest was holding its breath. And for the first time since she had walked away from the lodge, she felt a strange sense of peace. The hunger was no longer an enemy. It was not something to fight. It was part of the land, part of the world she had once tried to escape. As the minutes passed, Eleanor began to understand something. The hunger was not a curse. It was a gift, a power. And if she could learn to harness it, to control it, she could do more than survive. She could protect the world from it. She could be its guardian. The hunger had nearly destroyed her once. But now it was a part of her strength. She would not let it consume her. She would become it. And in doing so, she would learn to protect the world from the darkness that threatened to swallow it. The trees around her began to shift, their branches moving in the breeze, the whispers of the forest growing louder in her ears. She could hear the voice of the earth now, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed in her chest, resonating with the hunger inside her. It was not a voice of anger or malice. It was a voice of ancient power, of deep wisdom. Eleanor stood, her heart steady in her chest, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the forest stretched on, endless and full of mystery. She wasn't sure where the path ahead would take her. She wasn't sure what the future held. But for the first time in a long time, she felt a sense of clarity. The hunger was part of the world. It was part of her. And it was no longer a threat. It was her ally. Eleanor stood at the edge of the clearing, the pulse of the earth still resonating beneath her feet. The forest around her was alive with the whispers of ancient power, and she could feel it now more clearly than ever before. The hunger, deep and ancient, stretching out into the land, connected to the very roots of the trees, the soil, the air itself. It was as though she were standing at the intersection of two worlds, the one she had known and the one she was only just beginning to understand. The hunger was not simply a force within her anymore. It was the hunger of the land, the hunger of the world. It was primal, vast, untamable. She could feel it in her chest, a constant, steady rhythm that pulsed in time with her own heartbeat. It was as though the hunger had always been here, waiting for someone to understand it, to listen to its call. The wind swept through the forest again, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the sound of distant thunder. It was the same sound that had filled the air during the storm that had once raged at the lodge. But now it was different. The storm was not a harbinger of chaos. It was a sign. A sign that the hunger was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. Eleanor's mind raced as she stood there, the wind tugging at her hair, her skin tingling with the energy of the earth. The hunger was not evil. It was not an enemy. It was a part of the world, a part of life itself. It was the force that had shaped the earth from the very beginning, the force that had created mountains and rivers, trees and forests. It was the force that had always been here, shaping everything around her, giving life to the world. But it was also a force that could destroy. She remembered the way the hunger had once consumed her, turning her into something she had not recognized, something dark and twisted. It had nearly destroyed her. It had nearly torn her apart. And yet now she understood that the hunger was not just a destructive force. It was a force that could be harnessed, a force that could be controlled. But how? Her mind swirled with questions. The hunger was a part of the land, a part of her. But how could she learn to control it? How could she use it without falling into the same trap she had once succumbed to? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment, in the pulse of the earth beneath her. The hunger was a part of her, yes, but it was also a part of something larger, something much older. She could feel it in the soil, in the trees, in the wind that whispered through the forest. The hunger was the lifeblood of the world, but it was also the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to consume. She opened her eyes and looked around as if searching for an answer in the trees, in the shifting shadows. The world was alive with the energy of the hunger, but it was also alive with the potential for change. She had seen the darkness of the lodge, the way it twisted people into something they were not. She had seen how it consumed the helpless and the lost. But she had also seen the power that came with understanding it. Perhaps the key wasn't in trying to destroy the hunger. Perhaps the key was in learning to live with it, to understand it, to respect it. The hunger was a force that could heal as much as it could destroy. It was a force that could be harnessed for good. She could feel it now, deep within her, like a seed that had been planted in the soil of her soul, waiting to grow. But where do I start? Eleanor looked toward the horizon, where the forest stretched on endlessly, full of mystery and danger. She didn't know where the path would lead her. She didn't know what the future held. But she knew one thing for certain. She could not keep running from the hunger. It was a part of her. It was a part of the world. And it was time for her to learn to control it. The hunger wasn't just a personal struggle anymore. It was a struggle for the world. She could feel the power of it, the way it pulsed in the land beneath her, the way it shaped everything around her. She wasn't the only one who could feel it. There were others. There were always others. The hunger was not bound by the walls of the lodge. It was not confined to the forest. It was a force that had touched the very earth, the very heart of the world. And if she was to find peace, if she was to find a way to live with it, she would have to learn how to channel that power, how to make it work for her. With a deep breath, Eleanor stepped forward, her eyes focused on the path ahead. The wind shifted again, the whispers of the forest growing louder, as though the earth itself was calling her forward, guiding her toward a future she was only just beginning to understand. She wasn't sure what lay ahead, but she knew one thing: the journey wasn't over. It had only just begun. The earth beneath Eleanor's feet pulsed with energy as she stepped further into the heart of the forest. The hunger, still faint yet undeniable, beat within her like the rhythm of a drum. It was no longer the terrifying beast it once had been, clawing at her from the inside. It was different now, more like a distant echo, a shadow of its former self, yet alive in a way that she could not fully comprehend. The land seemed to respond to her thoughts, to her presence, as if the world itself was aware of her transformation. The air grew thick with the energy of the earth, the wind swirling in patterns that felt deliberate, almost like a message she was too unprepared to decipher. The forest, once a place of isolation and terror, now seemed almost like a companion, a living entity that held both answers and questions in its dark, towering branches. It was as though the hunger was not just in her, but part of the very bones of the world, weaving through the roots of the trees, the flow of the rivers, the rise and fall of the mountains. She could feel its presence everywhere, not as an enemy but as a force, ancient and powerful. She had thought for so long that the hunger was something she had to fight, something she had to banish, that it was a curse that needed to be wiped from her existence. But as she walked deeper into the forest, that certainty began to slip away. The hunger wasn't something she could erase. It was part of her. It was part of the world. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't a curse after all. It was a responsibility. The world had chosen her. The thought made her pause. It was a ridiculous notion, one she might have rejected out of hand only a day before. But as the wind whispered through the trees, as the earth pulsed beneath her feet, the sense of something greater began to take shape in her mind. The hunger had always been there, woven into the world, flowing through its veins. And now, she was beginning to understand that it was more than just an animalistic desire. It was a connection. A deep, primal connection to the land. The path ahead was still unclear, but Eleanor no longer felt lost. The wind carried a sense of guidance, as if the forest itself was calling her forward, urging her to understand, to embrace what she was becoming. The hunger inside her was part of the earth's own heartbeat, part of its ancient rhythm. And the more she connected with the land, the more she felt the truth. She wasn't simply a survivor of the hunger. She had become its vessel. Her breath caught in her throat. She could feel it now, the shift within her. She wasn't the woman who had walked into the lodge all those weeks ago, broken and desperate, clinging to the remnants of her sanity. She wasn't the woman who had fought and bled to escape the hunger's grip. She was something else now. The hunger had changed her. It had shaped her in ways she couldn't fully understand. But it had also given her a gift she could no longer ignore. The hunger was not a weakness. It was a source of power. It was a connection to something older than she could fathom, something that had existed long before the lodge, long before she had even been born. And now, the forest was speaking to her, whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite grasp. The hunger was guiding her, teaching her. She could feel it deep within her soul, coursing through her veins. She wasn't just a part of the world anymore. She was connected to it. She could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, feel the flow of its ancient blood coursing through the land. The hunger was not something she could banish or control in the way she had once hoped. It was something to be harnessed, something to be understood. The world, the forest, was showing her how. As she continued to walk, the shadows in the trees seemed to move with her, as if they were alive, as if they were aware of her presence. The trees creaked and groaned in the wind, their branches stretching towards her like arms, offering her their wisdom. The air was thick with the hum of the earth's energy, and she could feel it in her bones now, coursing through her. She was becoming part of it, part of the hunger, part of the world. For the first time in what felt like forever, Eleanor felt a sense of belonging. The loneliness that had plagued her for so long was slipping away, replaced by something deeper, more profound. She wasn't an outsider in this world anymore. She was a part of it. The hunger had once been a force that controlled her, that defined her. But now, it was something she could shape, something she could use to protect and guide the world if she could only learn how. The trees ahead parted, revealing a wide clearing bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The ground beneath her feet was soft and damp, and in the center of the clearing, a small pool of water shimmered like liquid glass. The stillness of the place was profound, and as she stepped into the clearing, a deep sense of calm washed over her. It was as if the forest had led her here, to this moment, to this place of understanding. She knelt by the pool, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the water. The reflection in the pool rippled, distorting for a moment, and Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. For a moment she saw not her own face but the face of something else, something older, something wiser. The face of the land, the face of the hunger. It was a reflection of herself, but also something beyond herself. It was a reminder that she was part of something larger. The hunger was not just in her, it was part of the earth, part of the cycle of life and death, growth and decay. And in that moment, Eleanor understood. The hunger was not something to fear. It was something to embrace. It was time to stop running. The power of the earth, the hunger that ran through her, was not a curse. It was her gift, her responsibility. And she would use it to protect the world from the darkness that had once consumed her. But first she needed to understand it fully. She needed to learn how to control it, how to wield it, how to become its guardian. As the reflection in the pool shifted once more, Eleanor made a promise to herself. She would learn. She would master the hunger. And she would use it to protect the world from the shadows that still lurked just beneath the surface. The sun was dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor as Eleanor rose from the edge of the pool. The water had settled, its surface once again a smooth, glassy reflection of the sky above. The soft hum of the earth beneath her feet seemed to vibrate through her body, a quiet reminder of the immense power she had yet to fully understand. As she stood, she felt an odd sensation, like the very ground beneath her was reaching out, as if the forest was inviting her deeper into its fold. The hunger still beat in her chest, a rhythm that felt both ancient and primal, but now it was no longer an enemy. It was a companion, a guide. But even as she felt this newfound connection, there was still a heavy uncertainty in her heart. She had made the decision to accept the hunger, to understand it, but acceptance was not the same as mastery. The forest may have welcomed her, but she still had much to learn. The whispers of the earth, the stirring of the winds, they were all foreign to her. She had heard the hum of the hunger in her veins, but now she had to learn how to listen to it, how to shape it. The path ahead was unknown, but Eleanor could feel that the forest was urging her forward. There was something else she needed to find, something deeper within the world, a force or an entity that could help her unlock the mysteries of the hunger. She couldn't just rely on the land alone. She had to understand the full scope of what she was becoming. She turned away from the pool, her mind racing with questions. But there was one question that stuck out, that gnawed at her with every step. What was the hunger's true purpose? Was it a force of nature like the wind or the rain? Or was it something more, a living thing, a spirit of the earth that needed a vessel to survive? And if so, what would it want from her? What was her role in this cycle? The trees loomed around her, their dark shapes like silent sentinels, watching her with their twisted branches. She had heard the legends, the old stories of guardians and spirits tied to the land. Was she becoming something like that? A protector of the balance, a keeper of the hunger's power? But Eleanor wasn't sure she was ready to be a guardian. She wasn't sure she could handle the weight of such a role. The hunger was part of the earth, yes, but it had nearly destroyed her once. What if it took control of her again? What if she couldn't keep it in check? She pushed the thought away. She had come this far. She couldn't stop now. The forest grew denser as she moved deeper into its heart, the air growing thicker with the scent of moss and damp earth. The hunger pulsed faintly inside her, but there was something else now, something she couldn't quite place. A new energy was rising in the forest, an ancient force that seemed to be guiding her steps. The ground beneath her feet vibrated more strongly now, as if the earth itself was alive, aware of her presence. And then she heard it, a voice, faint but unmistakable, whispering through the trees. It was a soft murmur at first, like the wind in the branches, but it grew clearer as she walked, the words becoming more distinct. "Come, child. Come closer." The voice was not her own. It was deep, resonant, and unmistakably ancient. It felt like it came from the very earth itself, from the depths of the forest, from the hunger that pulsed beneath her skin. Eleanor froze, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was not threatening, but there was a certain command in it, a pull she couldn't ignore. "Come closer," it repeated, the words a whisper that seemed to brush against her very soul. Without thinking, her feet moved forward. The hunger within her, once a quiet and gnawing presence, stirred, reacting to the call. It was as if the very earth was speaking directly to the part of her that was intertwined with it. She had learned to listen to the hunger inside her, to feel its rhythm, but this was something else. It was like a deep, resonant calling that pulled at her on a level she didn't entirely understand. The forest opened up ahead, revealing a small glade bathed in a soft, ethereal light. At the center of the clearing stood a massive, ancient tree. Its trunk was gnarled and twisted, its bark a deep shade of silver gray that shimmered in the fading light. The tree seemed to radiate a power that filled the clearing, an energy so palpable that it felt almost like a living, breathing thing. Eleanor stopped in her tracks as she approached the tree. There was something about it, something familiar, yet entirely beyond her comprehension. The hunger in her veins pulsed in time with the vibrations of the earth beneath her feet, as if the tree itself was part of her, part of the hunger. "You are here," The voice whispered again, this time clearer, more solid. You have come. Now you will understand. Eleanor's heart beat faster as she approached the tree. The whispers of the forest seemed to grow louder, their voices melding into one, speaking in a language she didn't know but somehow understood. The tree's bark seemed to shift and ripple before her eyes, forming intricate patterns as if it were alive with magic. She could feel the power radiating from it, a force that was both ancient and deeply intertwined with the land. It was the hunger, yes, but it was also something more, a spirit of the earth, a living force that had been here long before she had ever stepped foot in the forest. The hunger was not just a curse or a power to be controlled, it was a presence, a force that had been here since the beginning of time, woven into the very fabric of the earth. The tree's roots twisted and curled into the ground, disappearing into the earth like veins. She could feel the earth beneath her feet shifting, and for the first time she realized that the hunger was not simply a part of her, it was part of the land itself. It was a guardian, a force that had existed long before any of them, a power that lived in the earth, in the trees, in the water, in the sky. The voice spoke again, softer this time, as if it were trying to impart something crucial. You are the guardian now. You are the bridge between the hunger and the world. You will protect the balance. Do not fear what you have become. It is your destiny. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The words echoed in her mind, filling her with a sense of awe and fear. The hunger had always been a part of her. But now she realized that she was more than just its vessel. She was its keeper, its guardian. The weight of that responsibility pressed down on her, but she also felt a strange sense of peace. She had thought she was lost, trapped in a cycle of hunger and darkness. But now, standing before the ancient tree, she realized that she was not just a survivor. She was a protector. The hunger was not something to fear, it was something to guard. And Eleanor had been chosen to protect it, to protect the balance. The words lingered in Eleanor's mind like a soft hum, their weight settling around her as the forest stood still. She was the guardian now. The hunger was not her enemy, it was a force to be understood, to be guided, to be protected. She had thought the forest was something she would escape from, that it was a prison from which she would break free. But now, as she stood beneath the ancient tree, her hands lightly brushing the bark, she realized that the forest wasn't a prison, it was a home. The hunger was a part of her, yes, but it was also a part of the earth, and the earth was alive in ways she hadn't yet begun to grasp. Eleanor closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air felt different here, heavy with ancient magic, the scent of moss and wet earth thick in her nostrils. The hunger in her chest throbbed, but it no longer felt like a threat. It was simply a part of her, like the heartbeat in her chest. It wasn't the terrifying, ravenous beast she had once known. It was a force, a presence that flowed through her veins, that connected her to the world in ways she couldn't yet explain. Her fingers curled into the tree's bark, feeling the strange pulse beneath the surface. The tree seemed to hum with energy, the vibrations running up her arm like electricity. And with that hum came an understanding, one that reached into the very core of her being. This is your purpose, the voice of the earth whispered again, louder now, almost as if the wind itself carried the message. You are not just part of this land. You are its protector, its keeper. She opened her eyes and looked around the glade, her gaze falling on the twisted roots of the ancient tree that reached deep into the earth. Her connection to the hunger, to the land, was growing clearer with each passing moment. The earth, the trees, the rivers, they were all bound by the same force. The hunger had once seemed like an isolated, dangerous power, something that consumed everything it touched. But now she could see it for what it truly was. It was part of the cycle of life. It was the pulse of the earth, the force that kept everything alive, everything in balance. The more she understood it, the more she felt the weight of the responsibility pressing down on her. She wasn't just protecting herself now. She was protecting the world, the forest, the earth, the very fabric of life itself. The hunger was not evil. It was not a curse. It was part of the land's natural rhythm, a force that could create and destroy in equal measure. And Eleanor had to learn how to walk that fine line between creation and destruction, between life and death. She was the bridge, the protector of that delicate balance. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sound in the distance. The wind had shifted, and with it came a low, distant rumble, thunder perhaps, though the sky was clear. The ground beneath her feet trembled faintly, as though the very earth was shifting. The hunger stirred within her, its pulse quickening, in tune with the vibrations of the land. Something was coming. Eleanor's instincts flared, and she stepped back from the tree, scanning the clearing with wide eyes. The shadows at the edge of the glade seemed to move as if alive. The once peaceful forest now seemed charged with tension, its quiet hum replaced by an eerie stillness. The hunger inside her surged, responding to the shift in the air, a sense of impending change, of danger. Her fingers flexed at her sides, itching to take action, to control the hunger that throbbed in her chest. But the voice of the earth whispered again, softer now, almost gentle, as though trying to reassure her. "Wait, child. The time is not yet." She clenched her jaw and forced herself to stand still. The hunger was powerful, but it was a force that required patience. She had to understand it, had to learn how to control it, not out of fear but out of respect for the earth and its delicate balance. The rumble grew louder now, and Eleanor could feel it in her bones. The earth was calling to her, urging her to step forward, to take her place. She glanced at the tree once more, her hand lightly resting on the gnarled bark. Its energy pulsed beneath her fingertips, like a heartbeat in the veins of the land. And then, from the shadows, something stepped forward. A figure. Eleanor tensed, her heart racing as the figure emerged from the trees. It was tall, cloaked in a dark, tattered robe that seemed to blend with the shadows. The figure moved with an unnatural fluidity, as though it were part of the darkness itself. Its face was hidden beneath the hood, but the air around it seemed to shimmer with an eerie, unsettling energy. The hunger surged inside her, a fierce, uncontrollable tide, but Eleanor forced herself to breathe deeply, to steady her pulse. This was not a moment to panic. This was not a time to let the hunger take over. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing, its presence a shadow that seemed to swallow the light around it. There was a stillness to the air now, a silence that pressed down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. The hunger inside her flared once more, but this time it was different. It wasn't a wild, ravenous feeling. It was a focused, intense energy, as though the earth itself was telling her to prepare, to defend. "You have come far, child," the figure's voice echoed through the clearing. It was deep, raspy, almost hollow, and yet it resonated with power. "But you do not yet understand the full weight of the path you walk." Eleanor stood her ground, her gaze fixed on the figure, her body tense with anticipation. The hunger inside her responded to the figure, like a dog sensing a threat. The energy in the air shifted, and she could feel it. This was no ordinary traveler. This was something darker, something ancient, a presence that had come to test her, perhaps to challenge her. "You are the guardian now," the figure continued, its voice reverberating through the clearing. "But the balance you protect is fragile, and there are those who would seek to disrupt it. Those who would seek to claim the hunger for themselves." Eleanor's mind raced, her hand instinctively moving to the dagger at her side, though she knew it was no match for whatever this figure was. She was no warrior. She was the keeper of the hunger, the protector of the balance. But the hunger inside her surged with fury, eager to act, to protect. "I know what you are," the figure said, stepping forward once more. "But do you know what they are?" Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. Who were they? The figure's cloak billowed slightly, as if the shadows themselves were alive, swirling around it. Eleanor could feel the presence of the earth, the pulse of the hunger beneath her feet, but there was something else now, an energy that didn't belong to the land. It felt foreign, corrupt. "The hunger is not yours alone to control, guardian," the figure said, its voice sharp now, cutting through the silence like a blade. "There are others who seek it, and they will stop at nothing to claim it. You are not the only one who walks this path." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The hunger had always been something she thought she understood, something she believed she could control. But this figure, this force, was showing her that there was much more to the world than she had ever realized. There were others who had knowledge of the hunger, of its power, and they were coming. The earth beneath her feet trembled again, the hunger inside her stirring in response. The balance she had been sworn to protect was in danger, and she was just beginning to understand how fragile that balance truly was. Eleanor stood rooted to the spot, her heart pounding in her chest as the figure's presence loomed larger. The air around her crackled with tension, as though the very fabric of the world was holding its breath. The hunger stirred inside her, a powerful, primal energy that wanted to break free, to fight, to protect the balance at all costs. But Eleanor knew better than to let the hunger dictate her actions now. She had come so far, learned so much, and to give in to the raw force of the hunger would mean losing the very thing she had fought to understand: control. The figure, tall, cloaked in shadows, stood motionless in the clearing, its presence casting a cold, unsettling chill over the once peaceful forest. There was a strange, otherworldly quality to it, as though it wasn't just a being, but something more, a force in its own right, a manifestation of darkness that had wandered from places where even the hunger dared not tread. "You are not the only one who has touched the hunger, guardian," The figure's voice rumbled again, echoing through the trees, deep and foreboding. "There are those who seek to bend its will to their own desires, and they will come for you. For the balance." The warning hung in the air like a thick fog. Eleanor felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of dread flood over her, her thoughts racing, heart hammering against her ribs. Others? She had thought she was alone in her understanding of the hunger, that it was her responsibility alone to protect the fragile balance of the world. But now she realized how little she truly knew. There were others who sought the hunger, others who would do anything to possess it, others who might have already claimed it. Eleanor's mind raced. Who were these others? What did they want with the hunger? And why had this figure, this stranger, come to warn her? Was it an ally, or was it a harbinger of something darker, something she couldn't even begin to comprehend? The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves of the trees, and the hunger inside her stirred once more, sensing the tension, sensing the danger that loomed on the horizon. It was like a wild animal waiting for the right moment to pounce. But Eleanor forced herself to remain calm, to center herself. She had to stay focused. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling inside her. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it took a slow, deliberate step forward, its cloak billowing around it like smoke. As it moved, the shadows seemed to follow, shifting unnaturally as though they were alive, twisting around the figure like living things. It was as if the darkness itself were drawn to it, feeding off its presence. "I am a harbinger," the figure finally replied, its voice a low, guttural murmur that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. "A shadow cast from the heart of the hunger. I have walked the paths of the forgotten and the lost. I have seen the balance shattered. And now, I come to see if you are worthy of the task laid upon your shoulders." Eleanor felt a chill run down her spine. The hunger was ancient, vast, and primal. She had always known that, but hearing this figure speak of it in such a detached, ominous tone made it feel all the more real, all the more dangerous. It wasn't just a force to be reckoned with, it was a living thing, a force that could shape the world itself for better or for worse. And now, it seemed that Eleanor had been chosen to stand between the world and the chaos it could unleash. The figure took another step forward, its hood shifting slightly to reveal a glimpse of its face. What little could be seen was obscured by shadows, but Eleanor could sense the coldness in its eyes. They were like endless, dark pools, black and empty, devoid of warmth or compassion. And yet there was something else there, a glimmer of recognition. "You are the guardian now," it said, its voice softening, but still laced with an edge of something ancient and foreboding. "But the hunger is not the only force that shapes this world. There are others, forces that will rise and fall with it. Some will seek to tame the hunger. Others will seek to destroy it. And some..." The figure paused, its gaze fixed on Eleanor as though it could see through her very soul. "Some will seek to control it, to use it for their own desires." A sudden rush of understanding struck Eleanor like a physical blow. This wasn't just a warning, it was a challenge. The figure wasn't telling her to protect the hunger from others. It was telling her that the hunger itself was at the center of a much larger game, a game of power and influence. There were those who would stop at nothing to possess it, to use its power for their own gain. "What do you want from me?" Eleanor demanded, her voice trembling slightly despite her best efforts to remain calm. She could feel the hunger inside her stirring, almost as if it had a life of its own. It responded to the figure's words, to the tension in the air. But Eleanor knew she couldn't let it control her. She had to stay focused. The figure's lips twisted into something like a smile, though it was not one of warmth. It was something darker, something that promised no good. "I want nothing from you," it said coldly. "But the hunger is not a force that can be controlled forever. You are merely its caretaker. It is not bound to you nor to this world. It will change as all things change. And you," the figure's gaze hardened, its eyes narrowing, "you will change with it." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The figure's words sent a wave of unease through her. Was she simply a vessel for the hunger, a temporary keeper until the hunger decided it no longer needed her? Was the balance she had been entrusted to protect really as fragile as it seemed? "You are its guardian now," the figure repeated, as though savoring the weight of the words. "But there are many who will come after you, many who will seek to break the balance. You must be ready. The hunger does not obey. If you do not understand it, it will devour you." The last words echoed through the clearing, the sound of them reverberating through Eleanor's chest, sinking deep into her bones. "If you do not understand it, it will devour you." The hunger stirred again inside her, but this time, Eleanor didn't fear it. She didn't run from it. She embraced it. This was who she was now. She was its guardian. But the weight of the figure's words hung in the air, like a warning, like a challenge. There were others who wanted what she had, and they would stop at nothing to take it from her. The figure seemed to sense her resolve, and for a moment, its dark gaze softened just slightly. But then, with a swift movement, it turned and began to fade back into the shadows, its form dissolving into the darkness as though it had never been there at all. "Be ready, guardian," the voice echoed from the trees as the figure disappeared. "They are coming." Eleanor stood there, the forest eerily still again. The air was thick with tension, with the aftertaste of the figure's words. She could still feel the hunger inside her, pulsing, beating. But now she knew there was more at stake than just controlling it. There were forces at play that she could not yet fully understand, forces that sought to claim the hunger, to use it for their own purposes. And she was the one standing between them and the balance of the world. The hunger was hers to protect, and she would fight to protect it. But what came next? Who were these others? And what would they do to claim what she guarded so fiercely? The questions burned in her mind as the night began to fall, the shadows lengthening across the forest floor. Eleanor knew she was no longer just a survivor. She was a guardian. And the true battle was only just beginning. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its pale light over the forest as Eleanor stood alone in the clearing, the figure's words still echoing in her mind. The hunger inside her, the pulsing, thumping energy, had quieted for the moment, but the tension in the air had not. The stillness of the night felt unnatural, as though the very land was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for them, whoever they were. Eleanor could feel the weight of her new role pressing down on her. She had been chosen by the hunger, made its guardian, its keeper. But she wasn't just a caretaker. She had been thrust into the heart of something much larger, something older than she had ever realized. The hunger wasn't just a force of nature. It was a key, a powerful force that could reshape the very balance of the world. And now there were others who would stop at nothing to possess it. The wind shifted, carrying with it the distant scent of rain. The forest had an unnatural stillness about it now, the kind of quiet that preceded a storm. Eleanor felt the air thick with anticipation, the hunger inside her stirring once more, restless, aware of something coming. She turned her head, sensing something in the shadows at the edge of the clearing. A distant rumble of thunder broke the silence, and the forest seemed to come alive, the trees shifting and groaning, their branches swaying with a new kind of urgency. Eleanor stepped forward, her heart pounding as the darkness seemed to press in from all sides, the shadows deepening, swirling around her. She had felt it before, the pulse of the hunger, but now it felt different. It felt like something else was in the air, something new. She wasn't sure why, but she knew the storm was more than just a change in the weather. The storm was a sign. It was them. The figure had warned her, but it hadn't told her what to do. It hadn't said how to prepare, how to protect the hunger from those who would seek to claim it. And now, as the first drops of rain began to fall, she realized just how little she understood about the forces that were coming for her. She was no longer just a keeper of the hunger. She was its defender. And the weight of that responsibility was heavier than she had anticipated. "Be ready, guardian," the figure had said. But how? How could she be ready for something she didn't even understand? How could she protect the hunger from those who had been chasing it for who knows how long? There were so many questions, and the answers felt out of reach. As the rain began to fall harder, the wind whipping through the trees, Eleanor took a deep breath, grounding herself. The hunger inside her was restless, as if sensing the storm's approach. It was growing stronger, feeding off the energy in the air. She could feel its power building within her, urging her to act, to do something. But what? What could she do? She clenched her fists, focusing on the pulse inside her chest. The hunger. The land. She had learned to listen to it. She had learned to understand its rhythm, its ebb and flow. But she didn't know how to fight what was coming. She didn't know how to defend the balance. As the storm raged above, Eleanor turned and walked toward the edge of the clearing, her gaze fixed on the distant tree line. There, in the distance, she thought she saw something moving, shadows that didn't belong, shifting too quickly for comfort. Her instincts flared, and for a moment she considered running deeper into the forest, hiding. But she couldn't. She wasn't just running from the hunger anymore. She was running with it. The hunger pulsed within her, urging her to stay, to face whatever was coming. She could feel the land calling to her, urging her to stand her ground, to fight. But she didn't know how. Suddenly, the rain came harder, a torrential downpour that drenched the earth in an instant. The storm had arrived with full force, and the sky above darkened, as though the heavens themselves were pressing down on the world below. The hunger inside her throbbed in time with the storm, its pulse quickening with each gust of wind, with each crack of thunder. It felt as though the very world were shifting beneath her feet, as though the earth itself were awakening. And then, from the shadows, it appeared. A figure. Taller than any man, cloaked in tattered robes that seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light. The figure moved toward her, its footsteps silent, its presence like a shadow that consumed the very air around it. Eleanor felt the hunger inside her stir, more intensely now, as though it were reacting to this new threat. She could feel the darkness in the air, and it wasn't the storm. It was this thing. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing, its hooded face obscured, but its presence unmistakable. The air around it seemed to crackle with energy, dark and unnatural, feeding off the storm, feeding off the very essence of the hunger itself. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. She could feel the hunger inside her responding to this new presence, a wave of aggression that threatened to break free. But she held it back. She wouldn't let it control her, not this time. You, the figure's voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried through the wind, sending a chill down Eleanor's spine. You are the guardian now, aren't you? Eleanor stood her ground, her gaze fixed on the figure, though her heart was pounding in her chest. She could feel the pull of the hunger urging her to strike, but she forced herself to remain calm. This wasn't the time for rash action. Not yet. I am, she replied, her voice steady, though her body felt as if it were vibrating with energy, with the hunger that raged inside her. And you are. The figure's laugh was low, a sound that seemed to rumble from deep within its chest, like the growl of some ancient creature. I am one who seeks what you guard. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. They were here. The figure stepped forward, its dark presence swallowing the light from the storm, its face still hidden in shadow. I have been waiting for you, it said, its voice now rich with menace. Waiting for the moment you would come to understand your role, to understand your purpose. Eleanor clenched her fists, the hunger inside her surging in response to the figure's words. It was as though the very earth around her was trembling, feeding off the intensity of the moment. The storm raged above them, lightning flashing across the sky in jagged arcs. The hunger was alive, thrumming through her veins, her bones, as though the world itself was urging her to take action. You cannot control the hunger, the figure hissed, stepping closer, its voice dripping with disdain. It belongs to me. It always has. And now you will give it to me. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat, and for the first time since she had become the guardian, doubt filled her. The hunger, the power she had come to understand, had always felt like something she could control, something she could protect. But this figure was claiming it, demanding it. The storm above cracked with the fury of 1,000 storms, and the hunger inside her surged violently, almost uncontrollably. She felt the world around her tremble, the force of the earth pushing her toward action. She could feel the weight of the figure's words in her chest, the pull of the hunger's power, and the storm that raged in the skies above. This was it. The battle for the hunger had begun. The wind howled as the storm reached its peak, swirling around Eleanor with ferocity, a tempest that seemed to feed off the tension that crackled between her and the dark figure. The figure moved like smoke, shifting and blending with the shadows, its cloak billowing around it as if it were one with the darkness itself. Eleanor could feel the hunger within her, thrumming and pulsing, rising to meet the challenge in the air. It was as though the land itself was preparing for war, the trees groaning under the weight of the energy that crackled through the forest. The earth beneath her feet seemed to hum, the hunger responding to the power the figure emanated. You cannot control the hunger, the figure repeated, its voice thick with venom. It is not yours to tame. It is mine, and it always has been. You are a mere vessel, a fleeting caretaker. Eleanor's pulse quickened, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. The hunger within her roared, an untamable force that surged through her veins, demanding to be freed. The feeling was overwhelming, rising in her chest like a storm of its own, wanting to lash out, to strike. But Eleanor fought to hold it back. This was not the time to let it consume her. Not yet. She had to control it, to wield it. You are wrong, Eleanor said, her voice steady, though her heart thundered in her chest. The hunger is not yours. It is not something to possess. It is a part of the earth, a part of me. I am its guardian, and I will protect it. The figure's laugh was sharp, cutting through the storm like a blade. You think you can protect it? You think you can control a force that has no master? The hunger is a wild thing, a force of nature. You are its temporary keeper, nothing more. And soon it will leave you. It will devour you, just as it has devoured so many before you. Eleanor felt a chill run down her spine, but her resolve hardened. She could feel the hunger pushing at the edges of her consciousness, urging her to let go, to unleash its power. It was a heady feeling, intoxicating. The very air around her was thick with the storm's electricity, the hunger inside her screaming for release. But she knew what the figure wanted. It wanted her to give in. It wanted her to let the hunger loose, to surrender control. That was not the way. She had fought too hard, learned too much, to let it slip away now. She had to keep the balance. "I won't let you take it," she said, her voice now carrying a note of finality, an unwavering determination. "The hunger is mine to protect, and I will fight to protect it." The figure moved then, its movements swift and fluid, like shadows melding into one another. It stepped forward, a dark presence that seemed to consume the very light around it, its form barely visible beneath the hood of its cloak. The air around it shimmered with an unnatural energy, a pulse that made the hairs on the back of Eleanor's neck stand on end. "Then you will die protecting it." With that, the figure extended its hand, and a surge of energy pulsed through the air like a crack of lightning, the storm above intensifying as though the very heavens were echoing the figure's wrath. Eleanor barely had time to react as the air around her thickened, the pressure building until it felt like the very earth was pressing down on her. The hunger inside her exploded. It was a raw, primal force, a torrent of energy that surged through her body with a speed and power that took her breath away. She felt it tear through her, a force so strong and overwhelming that for a brief moment she felt like she might lose herself. The hunger swelled, feeding off the storm, feeding off the power of the figure before her. But Eleanor gritted her teeth, focusing, anchoring herself in the present, in the moment. She would not let it consume her. Not this time. She thrust her hands forward, pushing against the surge of energy inside her, trying to channel it, to focus it. The ground beneath her feet cracked, splintering with the force of the energy she was unleashing. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the figure recoiled, its form flickering for a moment as though the hunger was too much for it to fully absorb. But the figure wasn't finished. It thrust its hand toward Eleanor again, and this time, a dark tendril of energy lashed out, aiming to strike her down. Eleanor barely had time to react as the tendril wrapped around her wrist, pulling her forward with a force that stole the breath from her lungs. "You are weak, Guardian," the figure hissed. "You cannot protect it. You cannot control it." Eleanor's mind swirled with panic, the hunger clawing at her consciousness, demanding to be freed, demanding to destroy this new threat. But she fought it back, focusing on the earth beneath her, on the pulse of the hunger. She was the Guardian. She had to control it. In that moment of desperation, something deep inside her shifted. A new understanding, a deeper connection to the hunger, filled her like a flood. The hunger was not just a force to be contained, it was a part of her, an extension of herself, a reflection of the earth's will. She was not its master, nor was she its servant. She was its balance. And the figure, this creature of darkness, was an imbalance she would not allow. With a primal scream, Eleanor broke free of the figure's hold, the hunger inside her surging forward with an intensity that felt like it could shatter the very world. The air around her cracked with energy as she reached out, focusing all her will on the figure. The storm roared louder, and the very earth seemed to tremble beneath her feet as the hunger surged outward, a wave of pure, unbridled power. The figure faltered, the shadows around it shuddering as if in fear. It raised its hands, but the hunger was faster. The force of it slammed into the figure, sending it stumbling backward, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "You will not take it," Eleanor whispered, her voice fierce, her heart pounding in her chest as she stood her ground. The hunger was alive within her, but now it was controlled, focused, a force she could direct, a force that obeyed her will. The figure shrieked, a sound that ripped through the storm like a jagged blade, its form cracking and warping under the onslaught of energy. But it was too late. The hunger, now a part of Eleanor's very essence, lashed out one final time, and with a sickening crack, the figure dissolved into shadow, its presence obliterated by the force of the earth's power. Eleanor stood panting, her chest heaving, her heart racing as the storm began to quiet. The hunger inside her settled, no longer a wild, uncontrollable beast, but a part of her, calm, focused, and aligned with the earth. The sky above her was still dark, the clouds swirling in the aftermath of the battle, but the storm had passed. For now. Eleanor's gaze fell to the ground beneath her feet, the earth now still, quiet. She had won. But she knew this victory was only temporary. The figure had been just the beginning. There were more who sought the hunger. More who would stop at nothing to take it from her. And Eleanor would have to be ready. For the battle for the hunger was far from over. The storm had only just begun. The storm began to dissipate, but its presence lingered in the air, a heavy, oppressive feeling that hung like a cloud over the land. Eleanor stood alone in the clearing, her breath coming in ragged gasps, the remnants of the hunger's power still vibrating within her. Her heart hammered against her chest, a constant reminder of the battle she had just fought. The dark figure was gone, obliterated by the force of the hunger, but its words echoed in her mind, a constant warning she couldn't shake. You cannot control the hunger. It belongs to me. It always has. Her hands trembled at her sides, but she forced herself to steady them. She had done it. She had protected the hunger, her hunger, and in doing so she had proven that she could control it, at least for now. But the taste of victory was bitter. She had won this battle, but the war was far from over. The figure had been a harbinger, a messenger, sent to test her strength, to test her resolve. And there would be more like it, and more dangerous still. Eleanor took a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment, feeling the weight of the earth beneath her feet. The hunger inside her pulsed, but now it was different. It was no longer the ravenous beast it had once been. It was a power she could harness, a force she could use. But it was also a force that demanded respect. It had a will of its own, and if she were not careful, it would consume her just as easily as it had consumed so many others. The rain began to ease, the clouds parting above, revealing the pale light of the moon. The forest was eerily still, the air thick with the remnants of the storm. The trees, their leaves damp from the downpour, whispered in the wind as though they too were waiting for something. Eleanor stood there for a long time, taking in the quiet, the peace that had returned to the land. But her mind kept returning to the words of the dark figure. You cannot control the hunger. It will devour you. Was it true? Was she really just a temporary keeper of a power she could never truly master? Or had she proven herself, had she shown that she could harness the hunger without succumbing to it? As the minutes passed, Eleanor felt something stir beneath the surface, deep within the earth. It was subtle at first, like the faintest tremor underfoot, but it was unmistakable. The land was calling to her. The hunger was calling to her. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses, trying to understand the pull she felt. The earth was alive, its pulse steady beneath her feet. And the hunger, the part of her that had once felt like a curse, now felt like a connection to something much larger, something that was as old as the world itself. The hunger was not something she could control in the traditional sense. It was a part of her, but it was also a part of the earth, a force that ran through the very roots of the trees, through the veins of the land. She was its guardian, yes, but more than that, she was a part of it. The tremors in the earth grew stronger, and Eleanor opened her eyes, her gaze sharpening as she realized the source of the disturbance. The ground beneath her feet was shifting, moving. The pulse of the hunger was more urgent now, the energy building within the earth as though something was rising, something powerful and ancient. And then, from the shadows of the trees, it emerged. A shape, large and imposing, moving with a deliberate, almost predatory grace. It was a creature of the earth, born from the very roots and stones of the forest, its form shifting with the shadows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It was like a being of living stone, its body made of twisted vines and jagged rock, its limbs thick with moss and bark. It moved slowly, deliberately, its gaze locked onto Eleanor with an intensity that sent a shiver through her. The hunger within her surged in response, a primal urge that rumbled in her chest. The creature was not an enemy, not in the traditional sense. It was a force of nature, like the hunger, like the very land she had sworn to protect. But it was different. This creature was not bound by the same rules she was. It was older, ancient, and its purpose was something Eleanor couldn't yet comprehend. The earth calls to you, guardian. The creature's voice rumbled, deep and resonant, as though the very earth itself were speaking. You have awakened me. You have stirred the roots of the world. Eleanor stood her ground, her heart pounding as the creature's presence washed over her. She could feel the hunger inside her responding to the creature, like a tug at her very soul. But she forced herself to remain still. This was not the time to give in to the hunger. Not yet. I have awakened you? Eleanor asked, her voice steady despite the rising tension. What are you? The creature's glowing eyes seemed to flicker, its ancient form shifting in the moonlight. I am one of the earth's first children, born from the roots of the world itself. I am a guardian like you, but my purpose is different. I am the keeper of the deep hunger, the hunger that lies beneath the earth, that slumbers in the depths of the world's bones. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The hunger beneath the earth? A deeper hunger? She felt the pull of it deep in her chest, like a whisper on the wind, like the earth itself was calling her to something greater, something more ancient than she could fathom. Why have you come? she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as though afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile peace that had settled around them. "You have disturbed the balance, guardian," the creature said, its voice softening. "You have awoken the deep hunger. It is not a force to be controlled. It is a force to be honored." Eleanor's mind raced as she tried to comprehend what the creature was saying. The deep hunger? She had only just begun to understand the hunger she had been tasked to protect. Was there more? Was there a deeper, more dangerous force beneath the surface? A force that even the hunger she had known could not contain? The creature stepped closer, its massive form casting a long shadow over her. "You must understand, guardian," it said. "The hunger you protect is only one aspect of a much larger cycle. A cycle that cannot be broken. And you," it paused, its eyes narrowing, glowing brighter. "You are a part of it just as I am. You are the guardian of this hunger, but I am the keeper of the ancient hunger. The hunger that sleeps beneath the world. And soon you will have to choose. You will have to choose whether you will protect the hunger you know, or embrace the hunger that lies beneath." Eleanor's heart raced as the creature's words settled into her mind. The deep hunger? The hunger beneath the earth? She didn't know what it was or how it could possibly be connected to the hunger she had come to understand. But one thing was clear, there was more to this world, to the hunger, than she could have ever imagined. And she was being pulled into something far larger than she had ever realized. The earth beneath her feet trembled again, and the creature's eyes glowed with an intensity that made the ground seem to shift beneath her. The hunger inside her swelled, pulling at her, demanding to be released. She could feel the ancient hunger calling to her, resonating with the very bones of the earth. "Choose wisely, guardian," the creature's voice echoed, deep and rumbling. "For once you awaken the deep hunger, there is no turning back." Eleanor felt the weight of the earth's call in her bones, and she knew, deep within her soul, that the path she had been walking had just changed forever. There was no turning back now. The true test had just begun. The creature stood before Eleanor, its towering form like a living monument to the ancient forces of the earth. Its presence was overwhelming, as if the very soil beneath her feet had awakened to listen, and the trees around her swayed in silent reverence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the wild, untamed energy of the forest. The storm had passed, but the world was far from calm. Eleanor's heart thundered in her chest, but she forced herself to remain still. Her breath was shallow, each exhale heavy with the weight of the decision she now faced. The creature's words, those final ominous words, reverberated in her mind. "Choose wisely, guardian, for once you awaken the deep hunger, there is no turning back." She had always known there was more to the hunger, something deeper than what she had understood, but to hear the creature speak of it in such a way, it shook her. This was not just about controlling a power, it was about embracing something far older, far more primal than anything she had ever encountered. The hunger beneath the earth was not just a force, it was a cycle, a fundamental part of the world's very being. And the choice before her was not one of simple survival or defense. It was a choice between paths, between two versions of herself, the guardian of the hunger she had always known, or the vessel for a deeper power, one that had slumbered beneath the earth for eons. Eleanor swallowed hard, the weight of the creature's gaze heavy on her. The hunger inside her stirred again, but it was different this time. It was no longer just a primal urge, a force she struggled to control. It was a calling. It was as though the earth itself was speaking to her, urging her to choose, to align herself with its will. "What is this deep hunger you speak of?" Eleanor asked, her voice steady despite the churn of emotions within her. She needed to understand. She needed to know what she was facing, what the creature meant by the hunger beneath the earth. The hunger she had guarded until now was wild and fierce, but it was also a part of the world's natural cycle. She had learned to live with it, to understand its rhythms. But this was different. This was something new. The creature's eyes glowed brighter, like twin stars beneath its hood, and for a moment, Eleanor felt herself drawn into them, as though they were pulling her into the depths of the earth itself. "The hunger you protect is but a shadow of the true power that lies beneath the surface. It is the hunger that consumes, yes, but it is also the hunger that creates. It is the force that shapes the land, the oceans, the very sky. It is the foundation of all life. And it has been sleeping for millennia." The creature took a slow, deliberate step toward her, its massive form shifting like a great tree bending in the wind. The ground trembled beneath its feet, the earth groaning in response, as if it too were a part of this ancient power. "The deep hunger is the force that sustains all things," the creature continued. "It is the pull of the land, the drive to grow, to consume, and to renew. It is the fire that burns in the heart of the world, the ice that feeds its depths. It is the cycle of life and death, growth and decay. The hunger you have known is but a spark, a flicker of its true power. And now the time has come to decide. Will you remain the guardian of the hunger you know, or will you awaken the deeper hunger within you? The hunger of the earth itself. Eleanor's mind raced as the creature's words settled deep into her consciousness. The hunger she had known, the force she had been tasked with protecting, had always felt like a powerful but dangerous tool, something wild that she could barely control. But this was something else. This was not just a force to be contained, it was a force to be embraced. It was the pulse of the world, the very breath of the land, and she was being offered the chance to become one with it. Her heart pounded as the weight of the decision hit her all at once. Could she accept this power? Could she truly become one with the hunger that shaped the world, that lay beneath the earth, sleeping and waiting for its time to rise again? And if she did, what would it mean for her, for the world? What will happen if I awaken it? Eleanor asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain calm. What will happen to me? The creature's gaze softened, just slightly, and it stepped closer, its form looming over her. If you awaken the deep hunger, you will become more than just its guardian. You will become its conduit, its vessel. You will be bound to the earth itself, a part of the cycle that governs life and death, growth and decay. You will understand the world in ways that no human ever has. But the creature's voice grew darker. There are those who will seek to control this power, those who will try to claim it as their own. They will come for you for the hunger, and they will stop at nothing to take it. Eleanor's heart stuttered in her chest. She had known this, had felt the danger that lurked in the shadows. The figure who had come to warn her had spoken of others who would seek to claim the hunger, to use it for their own purposes. But this was different. If she awakened the deep hunger, if she truly became a part of it, she would be exposed to the forces that sought to control it. She would be a target, a symbol of the earth's power, and there would be no turning back. The hunger inside her surged, rising to meet the creature's words. It was both a temptation and a warning, a force that seemed to call to her from the depths of the world itself. The pull was irresistible, a force beyond her control. She could feel the earth's power surging beneath her, its pulse like a heartbeat in her chest. The hunger was alive within her, and it wanted to be set free. But would she be able to handle it? Would she be able to protect the balance of the world if she embraced the deep hunger? I don't know if I can, Eleanor whispered, her voice raw with uncertainty. I don't know if I can control something so vast, so powerful, the creature finished, its voice thick with understanding. No one can control it. Not truly. But you can guide it. You can become its protector, its conduit, just as you have protected the hunger you know. But only if you are willing to embrace the change. The weight of the decision pressed down on her like 1,000 stones, and for a long moment, Eleanor stood in silence, the hunger inside her pulsing in time with her heartbeat, the call of the earth stronger than ever. She could feel the land beneath her, the pulse of the world itself, and the hunger that lay deep within the earth. It was a choice between the known and the unknown, between what she had always been and what she could become. The creature's eyes glowed brighter, and for the first time, it spoke gently. Remember, Guardian, this is not a path to take lightly. The earth is patient, but it is also unforgiving. Once the deep hunger is awakened, you will be bound to it. You will be forever intertwined with the cycle of life and death. Choose wisely. Eleanor closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the earth pressing down on her. She could feel the hunger inside her, a wild force, and the call of the deeper hunger from beneath. The choice was hers, and she knew that whatever path she chose, she would never be the same. The weight of the earth's call pressed down on Eleanor, the choice swirling around her like the heavy fog that rolled through the trees. The creature before her seemed to sense the conflict within her, its gaze unwavering and ancient, like the very stones of the forest. Time stretched out as she stood there, the hunger inside her pulsing with a low, steady thrum, urging her to decide, to move, to act. But how could she choose? How could she embrace the unknown when the path she had walked had been so clear, so familiar? The hunger she had guarded was wild and chaotic, but it was hers. She knew its rhythms, its ebbs and flows. She had fought with it, struggled with it, but it had become a part of her. It had shaped her into who she was now. Yet the deep hunger, the hunger beneath the earth, was something entirely different. It was a force so ancient, so vast, it defied comprehension. The very thought of becoming one with it sent a tremor through her chest, the magnitude of it almost overwhelming. But at the same time, it called to her like the distant rumble of thunder, like the pulse of the earth itself. It was not just power, it was life and death, the cycle of all things. It was creation and destruction, light and shadow. It was the heartbeat of the world, and she was standing on the precipice of that cycle. Her feet were planted firmly in the soil, the roots of the trees brushing against her legs as the winds whipped around her, but in that moment she was weightless. She felt like she was floating between two worlds, the one she knew and the one that was waiting for her. The hunger she had always protected was a fragment of a much larger force, and she now understood the depth of that force, the weight it carried. The creature had warned her, had told her that the deep hunger was not something to be controlled. But what if control wasn't what she needed? What if embracing it was the key to understanding her true role? The creature watched her, its massive form unmoving, as though it were waiting for her to come to terms with the decision before her. But Eleanor didn't feel the pressure to act immediately, not from the creature at least. The pressure came from within. The hunger inside her was growing restless, thrashing against her skin, clawing at her insides, as if it too was waiting for her decision. She could feel the land beneath her feet stirring, the earth shifting, as though it too was holding its breath, waiting to see what she would choose. "What will happen if I choose the deep hunger?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. She had to know, had to understand the full weight of what she was considering. The creature's eyes glowed brighter, and for the first time, there was a flicker of something like pity in its gaze. "If you awaken the deep hunger, you will become one with the earth's cycle. You will no longer be a mere guardian of a force. You will be a part of the world's pulse, its rhythm, its heartbeat. You will understand the land in ways no human ever has. But you will also be bound to it. The hunger will consume you, not in the way you know, but in a deeper, more binding way. You will become a part of the land's power, as inextricable from it as the roots are to the tree. You will never be free again, but you will never be alone." Eleanor felt her breath catch in her throat. The idea of becoming so deeply entwined with the world's hunger, of losing herself in the earth's vast, unending cycle, was terrifying. And yet, the thought of it also brought a strange sense of peace. It was as if the earth was calling her home, beckoning her to step into something larger than herself. The hunger had always felt like a curse, a wild and dangerous force, but now it seemed like an opportunity, an invitation to become something greater, something more connected. "And if I stay as I am?" Eleanor asked, her voice faltering as she tried to steady herself. "If I remain the guardian of the hunger I know, will I still be able to protect it? Will I be able to stop those who seek to control it?" The creature tilted its head, considering her question with an intensity that made the very air around her seem to still. "You can protect the hunger, yes, but you will never truly understand it. You will always be a separate part of the cycle, always fighting to contain what cannot be contained. And the forces that seek it, those who would use it for their own gain, will grow stronger. They will come for you and for the hunger. And in the end, the hunger will always find its way to where it belongs." Eleanor closed her eyes, her mind whirling. The hunger inside her pulsed harder, more urgently now, like a heartbeat that couldn't be ignored. She could feel its power, its pull like a thread weaving through her very being, binding her to the land itself. The storm that had passed earlier was nothing compared to the storm within her now, the storm of choices, of possibilities, of destiny. Her thoughts turned to the figure who had warned her, the one who had spoken of others who would stop at nothing to claim the hunger. She had seen what they were capable of, the lengths they would go to for a power like this. The battle was only just beginning. If she stayed as she was, she would be a constant target, a guardian forever defending a force that others would seek to control. But if she embraced the deep hunger, if she allowed herself to become a part of the earth's cycle, would she be able to protect it from those who sought to twist it to their will? And yet, even as she grappled with the enormity of the choice, there was something else inside her, something deeper than the hunger. It was the connection to the earth, the deep sense of belonging she had always felt in the forest. She had always been drawn to the wild places, the untouched corners of the world. The hunger had always called to her, but now, in this moment, she realized that it wasn't just the hunger that had brought her here, it was the land itself. The deep hunger beneath the earth was part of a greater truth, a truth that was larger than her individual struggle. It was the truth of the world's cycle, the rise and fall of life, the endless renewal of the land. "I am the earth's guardian," Eleanor whispered to herself, the words echoing in her mind. "But I am also a part of it." Her heart slowed as she made her decision, the weight of it settling deep within her chest. The path before her was not an easy one, and it would not be without sacrifice. But she could no longer deny what was calling to her, what had been calling to her all along. She lifted her gaze to meet the creature's eyes. "I will embrace the deep hunger," she said, her voice steady now, her resolve hardening like the roots of an ancient tree. I will become one with it. I will protect it, not as a guardian, but as a part of the land itself. The creature's gaze softened, and for a moment, Eleanor felt as though it were nodding in approval. So it is decided, it rumbled. The earth will welcome you, guardian. But you must understand, this path is not without its price. The deep hunger is patient, but it is also a force of nature. Once you awaken it, the world will shift around you and there will be no turning back. The hunger will consume you and the earth will be your guide. You will never be the same again. Eleanor felt the hunger within her rise, a force so powerful it seemed to fill every fiber of her being. It was not a threat anymore. It was a promise. A promise of something greater, something older, and something far more dangerous than she could have ever imagined. And so, with one final breath, she stepped forward, embracing the deep hunger as it surged through her, entwining her with the earth itself. The land trembled beneath her feet, the trees groaning in approval, as the very world seemed to come alive around her. This was her destiny. This was her choice. And there was no turning back. Eleanor stood at the heart of the ancient forest, her body trembling with the enormity of the choice she had just made. The deep hunger surged through her, twisting and coiling inside her like a living thing, its power filling every part of her being. It was more than just an overwhelming force. It was a presence, a pulse that seemed to echo with the heartbeat of the world itself. The ground beneath her feet hummed with life, and she could feel the roots of the trees stretching out to touch her, to connect her to the land, to the earth. She was no longer just a guardian of the hunger, she was now an integral part of it. The creature watched her closely, its ancient eyes glowing with an almost knowing light. It made no move to speak, for the power of the deep hunger was already growing stronger within Eleanor, and it knew that the next few moments would shape her forever. Eleanor closed her eyes and breathed deeply. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the whispers of the forest around her. The storm had passed, but its remnants clung to the trees, the wet leaves glistening in the pale moonlight that filtered through the branches. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt connected to the land in a way that transcended any human understanding. The deep hunger, once a force of chaos and hunger within her, was now something different. It was not just a wild, uncontrollable urge. It was a balance, a living pulse of the world that was part of her, and she was part of it. She could feel the roots of the trees, deep beneath the soil, stretching toward her, embracing her. She could feel the streams winding beneath the ground, carrying the energy of the land in their currents. She could feel the earth itself, shifting, breathing, as though it were aware of her presence. It was a connection she had always known in the back of her mind, but now it was real, raw, primal, and beautiful in its power. And then the hunger spoke. It was not a voice as she knew it, but a sensation, an ancient, primal force that resonated within her chest, deep within her bones. The hunger was not a voice, it was a feeling, a knowing. It was the call of the earth itself. "You are mine now, guardian," the hunger whispered, its voice reverberating through her very being. "You are the vessel, the conduit. You are bound to the earth, and the earth is bound to you. The world's pulse is your pulse. His breath is your breath. There is no separation now. You are one with the hunger, and you will protect it as you protect yourself." Eleanor shuddered, the weight of the words pressing on her chest. She had always been the one to control the hunger, to guard it, to keep it from destroying everything. But now it was part of her, and she could no longer pretend that she could hold it back. The hunger was not just an external force, it was the land's power, and it coursed through her like an unstoppable river. But she was not powerless against it. She could feel the power within her, feel the deep hunger flowing through her veins like fire and ice, and she knew this was her purpose. Her heart beat in time with the earth's pulse, and for a moment, it felt as though the world itself was holding its breath. The trees creaked, the leaves rustled, the earth groaned beneath her. The hunger inside her was no longer wild and chaotic. It was a force of nature, a cycle that governed life and death. She had not been chosen by the hunger. She had chosen it. She had embraced it, and in doing so, she had become part of the cycle that governed the land. The creature's eyes glowed brightly as it watched her transformation. "You are awakening, child of the earth. The deep hunger is within you, and it will shape you, will change you, but it will also give you strength." Eleanor nodded slowly, feeling the deep hunger flood her senses. She could feel the world's pulse now, the slow, rhythmic beat of the land that echoed through the trees, through the earth beneath her, through the air that she breathed. She could hear the whispers of the forest and the rustling of leaves, the groan of the old trees, the murmur of the distant streams. The world was alive, and she was a part of it. More than that, she was the guardian of it, the protector of the deep hunger that sustained it all. But even as she felt the power within her, she knew that this was just the beginning. There were forces in the world that would stop at nothing to claim the hunger for their own. She could feel them now, dark, shadowed figures, lurking in the periphery of her senses. They were out there watching, waiting. She had felt their presence before, the ones who sought to control the hunger, to bend it to their will. They would come for her, for the hunger that now flowed through her. She clenched her fists, feeling the power surge through her once more. "I will not let them take it," she whispered to herself, the resolve in her voice growing stronger. The hunger would not be controlled. It would not be twisted by those who sought to use it for their own gain. She was its guardian now, its protector. And nothing would stand in her way. The creature stepped closer, its form shifting like the shadows of the trees. It looked down at her with a deep, knowing gaze. "The path you have chosen is not without its dangers, guardian. You will face trials that will test you, challenge you in ways you cannot yet understand. But you are strong. The hunger has made you strong. And the earth will guide you." Eleanor nodded, the weight of the creature's words settling into her heart. She could feel it now, the deep hunger stirring within her, ready to respond to her command. The earth was her ally, its power flowing through her like an endless river. And yet, she knew that this power was not something she could take lightly. She was its conduit, its vessel, and it would shape her, change her in ways she could not yet foresee. But the path ahead was clear. The deep hunger had awoken inside her, and with it, she would face the darkness that threatened the land. The hunger was a force of life and death, creation and destruction, and she would wield it with the earth's wisdom. She would not let it consume her, but she would not shy away from its power. She was the guardian now, and her purpose was to protect the balance of the world. The creature gave a final, lingering glance, its eyes glowing like distant stars, and then it faded into the shadows, disappearing into the forest that had birthed it. But Eleanor could feel its presence in the wind, in the rustling of the leaves, in the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. The earth had accepted her, and now, the hunger within her was part of that greater cycle. She turned and began walking deeper into the forest, her steps sure, her heart steady. She was no longer just a girl lost in the woods. She was the protector of the hunger, the keeper of the earth's power. And whatever lay ahead, whatever dark forces sought to twist the hunger to their will, she would face it, with the strength of the land beneath her and the fire of the deep hunger within her soul. The forest had awakened. The hunger had awakened. And now the true journey had begun. Eleanor's footsteps were silent on the forest floor, as if the earth itself was cradling her with every step. The deep hunger pulsed within her, a steady rhythm beneath her skin, as though the world was beating through her veins. She felt more alive than she ever had before. It wasn't just the power that surged through her, it was the awareness. She could hear the whisper of the wind through the trees, the murmur of the leaves, the distant calls of creatures hidden in the underbrush. The forest was alive, not just with sound, but with an energy that had always been there, just waiting for someone to listen. But as the hunger grew stronger inside her, so did the realization of what it meant to carry such power. She had embraced it. The deep hunger was no longer an alien force she guarded, it was part of her now. The earth had accepted her, and she had become its conduit. But with this power came responsibility. There was a balance to be maintained, a delicate equilibrium that could so easily be tipped into chaos. The hunger wasn't just a tool, it was a force that shaped the world. It was the pulse of life and death, the cycle of growth and decay. To wield it was to hold the weight of the world in her hands. And the deeper she sank into this new connection, the more she felt the burden of that weight. She stopped for a moment, standing in a small clearing where moonlight filtered through the canopy above. The silence was profound, yet the air thrummed with life. She could feel it all, the heartbeat of the forest, the whisper of the wind, the pulse of the hunger beneath her skin. But there was something else, something darker, lurking just beneath the surface of her awareness. She had known from the moment she had made her choice that there would be others who sought the power she now possessed. There were those who had already been drawn to the hunger, drawn to its power. But what she hadn't anticipated was how quickly the shadows would begin to stir. The forces that would try to control it, to twist it to their own will, were already out there, waiting. She could feel their presence now, a subtle disturbance in the air, a shifting of the energy around her. She clenched her fists, the hunger inside her responding, its power rising to meet the challenge. The creatures, the ones who would come for the hunger, would stop at nothing to take it from her. She had already fought once, but that battle had only been the beginning. The true tests were still ahead. Eleanor turned and continued walking, moving deeper into the forest, each step carrying her further away from the life she had once known. The hunger was her guide now, its pull undeniable. But the more she embraced it, the more she realized that her journey would not be without cost. There would be sacrifices. The deeper she allowed herself to sink into the earth's power, the harder it would be to separate herself from it. As she walked, the sounds of the forest grew more distant, muffled by the overwhelming presence of the hunger. She could feel the earth shifting beneath her feet, as if it were responding to her every thought, every breath. The hunger thrummed within her chest, but there was something else beneath it, a dark undercurrent of something more sinister. The land was alive with possibility, but it was also alive with danger. The deep hunger was not just a force for life, it was a force for destruction as well. And there were those who would seek to use that destruction for their own ends. The memory of the creature's words echoed in her mind. The earth will guide you, but you must understand, there are those who will come for the hunger. They will stop at nothing to claim it for themselves. A shiver ran down her spine. She had felt the stirrings of something darker before, but now the shadows were growing clearer. She could sense them, dark figures moving through the forest, their presence a cold, creeping sensation at the edges of her awareness. They were close. They had been watching her, waiting for the moment when she would falter, when she would allow the hunger to slip from her grasp. But she would not falter. Not yet. Her thoughts turned inward, and she could feel the hunger deep within her, like a fire in her chest. It was a force beyond anything she had ever known. Its power was infinite, but it was also dangerous. The more she fed it, the more it grew, until it threatened to consume everything in its path. She had to remain in control, had to remember why she had chosen to embrace it in the first place. She was not just the keeper of the hunger. She was its protector. She would not allow it to destroy everything she had fought for. But the temptation was strong. She could feel the hunger stirring inside her, urging her to release it, to let it loose upon the world. It was calling to her, pulling at her with an almost seductive force. She could feel the power in the air, in the very soil beneath her feet. It was as though the world itself was waiting for her to unleash it. The deeper she went into the forest, the more she felt the presence of the hunger, the more it seemed to envelope her. The trees seemed to grow taller, their branches stretching out to touch her, to guide her deeper into the heart of the land. The hunger was not just a part of her, it was a part of the forest, a part of the earth, and the deeper she connected with it, the more she became one with everything around her. And yet, the shadows lingered at the edges of her awareness. She could feel them just out of sight, just beyond reach. The forces that sought to control the hunger were near. She could sense their intentions, their desire to claim it for themselves. They would stop at nothing to take it, and they would not care who they destroyed in the process. Her pulse quickened as she realized how much danger she was in. She was no longer just a guardian of the hunger. She had become part of it. The hunger had made her its vessel, and now she could feel its power surging through her, pulling her in directions she had never anticipated. She was bound to it now, bound to the earth itself. And yet, the deeper she sank into this power, the more she realized how much she stood to lose. But Eleanor was not one to back down from a challenge. She had made her choice. She would protect the hunger no matter the cost. She would fight the darkness that sought to consume it. The path ahead would be treacherous, but she was ready. She had to be. The hunger pulsed in her chest, and she felt it. They were coming. The shadows were drawing closer, and the first move would be hers. The air in the forest seemed to thicken with every step Eleanor took. It was no longer just the hunger pulsing in her chest. There was something else in the air now, a sense of foreboding that hung like a fog around her. The forest had always been alive with energy, but now it felt different. It felt like something was stirring beneath the surface, something ancient and hungry, waiting for its moment. Her every step was measured, the power within her guiding her as much as the earth beneath her. The hunger, though, seemed to pulse harder, like an insatiable beast that wanted to be fed. It wanted to be set free. And for a moment, Eleanor almost succumbed to it, letting go, releasing the weight inside her, letting the hunger spread out and consume everything in its path. But she knew better. She was its protector now, its vessel. If she lost control, if she gave in to the beast that was now a part of her, the consequences would be disastrous, not just for her but for the world around her. Still, the temptation was always there, lurking at the edges of her thoughts. The hunger was powerful, and the longer she felt its pulse, the more she could sense its insidious presence in every living thing around her. The trees, the earth, the air, all were connected by the deep hunger that now flowed through her. She could feel the hum of it beneath the ground, the restless energy of the land. But it wasn't just the land that was restless. There were others out there, others who felt the hunger awakening, who knew what it meant, and they were coming for it. Eleanor had heard whispers of these beings before, dark figures who roamed the world, seeking to claim the hunger for themselves. She hadn't understood the full depth of their intentions, but now, as the shadows pressed in around her, she knew they were closer than ever. The forest had always been a sanctuary for her, a place of refuge and connection. But now the forest felt different. The trees seemed to watch her, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands, their leaves whispering in a language she could almost understand. The wind seemed to carry with it the scent of something ancient, something forgotten. And with it, the unmistakable feeling that something was coming, something that would change everything. Eleanor slowed her pace, her senses sharpened, every nerve tingling with the weight of the presence that was beginning to surround her. She could feel it, an invisible force closing in from all sides. The hunger within her surged, responding to the unseen threat, urging her to act, to fight, to release the power that churned inside her. But she held it back, forcing herself to remain calm. She had learned that control was as much about restraint as it was about power. Her eyes flicked to the shadows between the trees, the places where the light never quite reached. The hunger within her stirred, its awareness expanding, and she could feel the weight of the presence that lay beyond. They were there, hidden in the forest's depths, the ones who sought to control the hunger. She could feel their cold eyes watching her, their malicious intent pressing against her mind. "You can feel them, can't you?" The voice was low, a raspy whisper that seemed to come from the trees themselves. Eleanor stiffened, recognizing the presence that spoke to her. It was not a voice of the forest, nor was it the hunger. This voice was darker, far more sinister. She turned sharply, eyes scanning the shadows. Her breath came in shallow bursts, her pulse quickening as the presence grew stronger. And then, from the darkness, a figure stepped into view, tall, cloaked in black, its features hidden beneath the hood. It was like a shadow-given form, its presence thick and suffocating. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat, recognizing the figure from her previous encounters, the one who had warned her, the one who had always lingered on the edge of her awareness. The figure spoke again, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "The deep hunger is no longer just a force of the land. It is a power that calls to those like me. And I have come to claim it." Eleanor's grip tightened on the earth beneath her feet. The hunger responded, pushing against her, hungry for release, urging her to confront this threat. But she held it in check, focusing on the figure before her. "You will not have it," Eleanor said, her voice steady despite the cold fear creeping up her spine. "The hunger is mine to protect, not yours to control." The figure tilted its head, a low chuckle escaping from beneath its hood. "Protect? You think you can protect it? You who have only just awakened to its true power. You are a mere vessel for it, a conduit, nothing more. You do not control it. It controls you." The words cut through her, striking a chord of doubt deep within her. She could feel the hunger within her, surging like a wild animal, eager to prove its dominance. And for a brief moment, Eleanor wondered if the figure was right. Was she truly in control? Or was she simply a pawn, caught in the ebb and flow of forces far beyond her understanding? But then she remembered why she had made the choice to embrace the hunger in the first place. It was not just about power. It was about balance. The hunger was a part of the Earth's cycle, a force of creation and destruction, but it could not be left unchecked. She was its guardian, not its master, but its protector. She could not, would not, allow it to fall into the hands of those who would twist it for their own gain. The figure stepped closer, its presence radiating coldness. "You will not stop me, child. The hunger will be mine, and when it is, you will be nothing but a fading memory, lost in the wake of its power." Eleanor's gaze hardened, the hunger inside her flaring to life, its power coursing through her like wildfire. She could feel it, the strength of the earth beneath her feet, the roots stretching toward her, the land itself waking to her call. She had made her choice, and she would not let anyone, no matter how powerful, take the hunger from her. "I am the guardian of the hunger," she said, her voice fierce. "And I will protect it no matter the cost." With that, she reached deep into herself, drawing on the power that flowed through her veins, the hunger that had become a part of her. It surged to the surface, an explosion of energy that shattered the silence of the forest. The ground beneath her feet trembled, the trees groaning as if they too were awakening to the force that had been called forth. The figure recoiled, stepping back as if it had been struck by an invisible force. But it did not retreat. Instead, it raised a hand, and the shadows around them seemed to respond, swirling like a living thing, coalescing into a shape, a form that was darker than the night itself, a creature born from the void. Eleanor's heart pounded as the creature materialized, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. It was a being of pure darkness, a reflection of the malevolent forces that sought to control the hunger, and it was coming for her. The air between them crackled with tension as Eleanor stood, her fists clenched, the hunger within her surging like a tempest ready to explode. The dark figure, shrouded in shadow, stepped forward, its form now fully revealed. It was not human, not entirely. Its features were fluid, like ink bleeding into water, shifting and flowing with each step it took. Its eyes glowed, an eerie, unnatural light that pierced through the darkness, locking onto Eleanor as if it could see straight through her, into the very core of her being. Eleanor could feel its gaze, cold and unnerving, as if the creature was studying her, calculating her every move. The hunger inside her responded to the presence of the creature, an ancient, primal force rising up in answer to the dark entity. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, as though the earth itself was bracing for what was to come. The trees around them swayed, their branches creaking under an unseen weight, and the wind grew harsh, biting through the air. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rasping whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You think you are its guardian, don't you?" The words were laced with venom, each syllable dripping with malice. "But the hunger is not something to be controlled. It is something to be consumed. It is something that devours all who dare to stand in its way." Eleanor's heart beat faster, the hunger within her thrumming, a wild, uncontrollable force. The power that surged through her felt like fire and ice, both terrifying and exhilarating. She could feel it deep inside her. The land, the earth, everything that had once been her protector now seemed to shift, to align with the hunger inside her. But this creature, this being of darkness, was a different kind of force. It was pure destruction, its very presence a perversion of the natural cycle. It sought to bend the hunger to its will, to twist it into a tool for its own gain. "The hunger belongs to no one," Eleanor said, her voice steady despite the storm that raged inside her. "It is the earth's, and I will protect it, not let it be twisted by the likes of you." The figure's eyes flared with a cruel amusement, its smile a jagged line of shadows. "You cannot protect what you do not understand," it said, its voice laced with dark mockery. "You are just a vessel. The hunger will consume you just as it consumes all who try to control it. You are already too far gone to save yourself." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The figure's words were like daggers, each one striking deep into her core. Was she truly beyond saving? Had she already become lost in the hunger, in the very thing she had once sought to control? The shadow of doubt flickered at the edges of her mind, but she quickly shoved it aside. She couldn't let herself falter, not now, not when the world was at stake. With a surge of defiance, she reached out with her senses, calling upon the hunger that pulsed within her. It responded, its power flaring to life, filling her with a warmth that spread through her limbs like wildfire. She could feel the earth beneath her shifting, the ancient roots of the trees reaching up to meet her, as if the very land itself was standing with her, ready to defend her. "I am the hunger," Eleanor declared, her voice ringing out with a newfound certainty. "I am its guardian, and I will not let you take it from me." In that moment, the earth seemed to respond, the ground trembling violently as though the land itself had awakened, answering her call. The shadows around them seemed to recoil, as if the hunger had a force that even the dark figure could not deny. The creature, however, did not falter. Instead, it raised its hand, and the shadows around them thickened, swirling like a storm. The very air seemed to warp and bend as the creature gathered its power. "You do not understand the true nature of the hunger," it hissed. "It is not meant to be tamed. It is meant to destroy, to consume everything in its path. And you, child, are no different." With a swift, fluid motion, the creature lunged, its dark form rippling like liquid night. Eleanor barely had time to react before the shadows enveloped her, pulling at her, tearing at her mind. The hunger within her flared wildly, a tidal wave of power crashing against the dark force that sought to drown her. Her heart raced as the world around her seemed to twist and warp, the shadows wrapping around her like tendrils, choking the light. But Eleanor did not give in. She could feel the earth beneath her, the ancient power of the land stirring in response to the creature's assault. The hunger inside her burned brighter, hotter, feeding off the very energy around her. She reached deep into herself, calling on the full force of the hunger, willing it to fight back, to resist the creature's influence. "I will not be consumed," she growled, her voice rising above the sound of the storm. "I am the hunger, and you will not control me." With a sudden surge of energy, Eleanor threw her hands forward, and the hunger erupted from within her, a wave of raw, unrestrained power. The ground beneath her cracked and splintered, the trees around her bending and snapping as the force of the hunger surged outward. The shadows recoiled, shrieking in pain as the hunger tore at them, ripping through their dark form like paper. The creature stumbled back, its form flickering and warping as it struggled to maintain its shape. For a brief moment, Eleanor felt a sense of triumph, the hunger burning within her like a living flame. She had pushed the darkness back, but it wasn't enough. She knew that this was only the beginning. The creature would not be defeated so easily. "You are strong, child," the creature snarled, its voice distorted by the force of the hunger. "But you are still a child, playing with forces you cannot control. The hunger is not your ally. It will devour you just as it will devour everything else." Eleanor stood tall, her body shaking from the exertion, but her resolve was unshaken. She could feel the hunger stirring inside her, the wild energy, but now it was not a force of chaos. It was something she had learned to wield. She had embraced it, and she would not let it destroy her. She would not let it destroy everything she had worked for. The forest around them began to shift, the trees seeming to bend toward her, their roots extending into the earth, as though they too were rallying behind her. The land itself was with her, the deep hunger now flowing through her like a mighty river, unstoppable and powerful. And yet, even with the land on her side, Eleanor knew that the fight was far from over. The darkness was relentless. The creature was not going to back down. But neither was she. With the hunger coursing through her, Eleanor took a step forward, her voice a fierce whisper that cut through the chaos. "I am the hunger and I will protect it. You will not control it. Not now, not ever." The battle waged on, the very earth beneath Eleanor's feet groaning under the weight of the clash between light and shadow. The hunger surged within her like a living fire, its power responding to her every thought, every command. She could feel the land, the trees, the air itself trembling with the force of the energy she had unleashed. It was a power so primal, so ancient, that she knew it could not be controlled, not fully, not in the way she had once hoped. But it was hers, and in that moment, it was the only thing standing between her and the dark figure that sought to tear the world apart. The creature, twisted and formless, writhed in the wake of the hunger's force, its shape flickering like a flame caught in the wind. The shadows recoiled, but they were not defeated. They only grew stronger, thicker, wrapping around the creature like a cloak. Its glowing eyes burned with fury, and its voice rose in a low, guttural hiss. "You are nothing but a fleeting flame, child. You cannot contain what the hunger truly is. It is a force that devours, not just the world, but the very fabric of reality itself. You think you can wield it? You think you can control it? It will consume you as it has consumed countless others." Eleanor felt the weight of the words settle on her, and for a moment, a shadow of doubt flickered through her mind. She had felt the hunger take hold of her, had seen its power ripple through the land. The more she embraced it, the more she saw how much it wanted to devour, how much it craved destruction. But even in the face of that knowledge, she felt a fire ignite within her, a will stronger than the hunger itself. She was not just the vessel for this power. She was its protector, its guide. "You are wrong," she said, her voice steady, cutting through the tension in the air. "I am not here to control the hunger. I am here to protect it, and I will not let you twist it into something you can use." With a cry that echoed through the forest, Eleanor extended her hands, her fingers trembling as the hunger flared once more. It was no longer just a force inside her. It was a force of the earth, a pulse that vibrated through the trees, through the very soil beneath her feet. The land itself seemed to awaken, the ground shuddering as though it too was responding to her call. The shadows around the creature writhed and lashed out, but this time they were met with a wall of pure energy, a pulse of raw power that pushed them back, each tendril of darkness recoiling as if burned by the light of the hunger itself. Eleanor could feel the earth's power flowing into her, the deep hunger now one with the land, one with her. She wasn't just a guardian anymore. She was the embodiment of the earth's will, of the hunger's true purpose, to preserve the balance, to protect the cycle of life and death. But the creature wasn't finished. It let out a roar, a sound that seemed to shake the very air, and the shadows around it surged forward, more violent than before. The darkness twisted and coiled like a storm, attempting to swallow her whole, to break her connection to the hunger. Eleanor felt the pressure of it, the weight of the force pushing against her, threatening to overwhelm her. But she stood firm, her feet planted in the soil, her body a conduit for the land's power. "You are nothing," the creature hissed, its voice rising in a crescendo of rage. "The hunger will always belong to those who take it. It will never be tamed. It will consume you just like it has consumed everything in its path. You are a child playing at power. You think you can stop me? You think you can stop the hunger? Eleanor's eyes blazed with the intensity of the hunger that surged within her. The power, the connection to the earth, burned brighter than ever before. She could feel the forest around her, feel the roots of the trees reaching toward her, the stones beneath the ground awakening. The hunger was no longer just an external force. It was part of her, woven into the fabric of her very soul. It was the heartbeat of the world, the pulse that kept life in motion. "You are wrong," she said again, her voice stronger, more certain. "The hunger is not a thing to be controlled. It is not a weapon for you to wield. It is a cycle. It is a part of the land, of the earth itself. I will not let you tear it apart. I will not let you destroy the balance." With those words, she gathered the full force of the hunger inside her, channeling it through her body, through her mind, until she was a conduit of pure, unrestrained power. The energy that surged through her was like nothing she had ever felt before. A force that trembled through the air, that rippled through the trees and the ground, shaking the very core of the world. The earth beneath her feet cracked open, the roots of the trees reaching upward like fingers grasping for the sky, and the very air seemed to hum with the power of the hunger. The creature, now fully revealed, was a writhing mass of shadow, but it too seemed to bend under the weight of the energy that Eleanor had unleashed. The darkness twisted and pulled, but it could not break free. It could not escape the force of the earth, of the hunger. And then, in a final desperate attempt, the creature lunged toward her, its dark form flashing through the air with unnatural speed, its claws reaching for her throat, its mouth opening to unleash its venomous words. But Eleanor was faster. She raised her hands, and the hunger within her surged, crashing out in a wave of raw power that exploded from her chest. The shadows recoiled as if struck by a thunderclap, and the creature's form was torn asunder, its body breaking apart, disintegrating into nothingness, swallowed by the very hunger it had sought to control. The forest fell silent, the echoes of the battle fading into the night. Eleanor stood in the clearing, panting, her body trembling from the effort. The hunger within her still pulsed, but now it felt different. The raw, wild force that had once threatened to consume her was now a part of her, like an extension of her own will. She had not only survived, it had become her. The earth was alive within her, and she had learned to channel its power, to protect the balance. But even as the last of the shadows dissipated, Eleanor knew that this was not the end. There were more forces out there, more who would seek to control the hunger, to twist it to their will. The creature she had just faced was only a fragment of a greater darkness that had been growing for centuries. The hunger had not been defeated, it had been embraced. And now, Eleanor was its protector, its guardian. She had become part of the cycle, and with it, the weight of the earth's will rested on her shoulders. She took a deep breath, feeling the forest around her, the pulse of the land beneath her feet. She had made her choice. The hunger would no longer consume the world. It would protect it, and she would be its guide. But the journey was far from over. Eleanor stood at the threshold of the ancient lodge, the door creaking open like the breath of an ancient being waking from slumber. The darkness within seemed to pulse, thick and suffocating, as if it were alive, aware of her presence. The hunger within her stirred, a low, insistent thrum that rose to match the energy in the air. It was calling to her. No, it was demanding to be embraced fully, as if the hunger had known that this moment, this place, was its true home. But Eleanor hesitated. There was something about this place, the lodge, that sent a shiver down her spine, even as the hunger pushed her forward, urging her to enter. The voice that had guided her, the voice of the land itself, was no longer a whisper. It had become a low, rumbling growl, like the groan of the earth before a storm. "This is where it began," the voice echoed, reverberating in her mind. "The hunger was born here, and here it will return. But you must make the choice, child. You must choose how to wield it, whether to protect it or to let it consume you, and everything around you." Eleanor's hand trembled as it rested on the doorframe, her body still adjusting to the enormity of the power that surged through her. She had become part of something much larger than herself. The hunger had shaped her, molded her into its protector. But could she control it? Could she keep it from destroying everything she had worked to protect? "Do not fear it," the voice urged, though the words had an unsettling edge. "The hunger is yours, and the world will bend to your will. But it is up to you, Eleanor, to decide what that will is." With a final, steadying breath, Eleanor stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind her, as if the lodge itself had swallowed her whole. The darkness pressed in, thick and oppressive, wrapping around her like a living thing. The air was heavy with the smell of old stone and decay, mingling with the metallic scent of blood that lingered faintly in the corners. The walls seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, and the hunger inside her responded, flaring to life like a flame caught in the wind. The lodge was vast, stretching out before her like a labyrinth of forgotten rooms and winding corridors. The floor beneath her feet creaked with each step, as though the building itself were alive, watching her. The hunger inside her pulsed, growing stronger with each passing moment, as though it were drawing her deeper into the heart of the building. But as she moved further inside, the shadows around her thickened, pulling at her with an almost magnetic force. Eleanor's senses were on high alert. The hunger had been powerful, yes, but there was something else, something darker, lingering in the air just beyond her reach. She could feel it, an ancient, twisted force that had been trapped within these walls, waiting for her. She reached the heart of the lodge, a vast chamber that seemed to stretch on forever. The walls were lined with old, weathered tapestries, their colors faded with age. The center of the room was dominated by a massive stone altar, carved with symbols that seemed both familiar and alien. The hunger inside her roared, its pulse louder than ever, almost drowning out her thoughts. "This is it," the voice of the land whispered, its tone filled with a strange urgency. "This is where the hunger was born, where it first awoke. And this is where it will either be bound or set free. The choice is yours." Eleanor stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come so far, endured so much, and now she stood at the precipice of her destiny. The altar before her seemed to glow with an unnatural light, as though it were alive, beckoning her forward. She reached out with trembling hands, placing her palms on the stone. The moment her skin made contact, the hunger inside her flared to life, a surge of power so intense that it felt as though the very earth beneath her feet was being ripped apart. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows around her seemed to writhe, twisting into shapes that no longer resembled anything human. "It is time," the voice whispered. "You must choose, Eleanor. Embrace the hunger fully, and you will become the earth's guardian, the keeper of its balance. You will protect it from those who would seek to destroy it, and the world will thrive under your reign. Or you can release it. You can let the hunger run wild, unchecked, and watch as it consumes everything in its path. The earth will tremble, but it will be your decision." Eleanor's mind raced as the hunger within her surged, its power almost overwhelming. She could feel it, the call, the promise of ultimate control, the temptation to unleash the hunger and watch as it tore through the world, reshaping it in her image. She could feel the power that lay just beyond her reach, the power to bend the world to her will. But she could also feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on her, the land's responsibility. She was not just its keeper. She was its protector. And the hunger, as wild and powerful as it was, needed balance. It needed guidance. If she let it consume everything, she would be no different than the darkness she had fought to keep at bay. With a final, steadying breath, Eleanor made her choice. She closed her eyes, letting the hunger inside her flood her senses, and she focused, not on control but on balance. She embraced the hunger not as a weapon but as a force of nature, a cycle of life and death. She could feel the earth, the trees, the wind, all of it, thrumming with life beneath her. She was a part of it. And in that moment she understood. The hunger was not a thing to be feared or controlled. It was the heartbeat of the world, the pulse that connected all things. And she was its guardian. The energy around her shifted. The shadows receded, the oppressive weight lifting from the room. The air cleared, and the altar before her began to glow with a soft, gentle light. The hunger inside her had found its place, not as a force of destruction, but as a force of balance. And with that balance came peace. Eleanor took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her choice settle within her. She had embraced the hunger, not as a curse but as a gift. And she would protect it, guide it, and ensure that the earth remained in harmony. With the hunger now fully at peace within her, Eleanor turned and left the lodge. The path ahead was still uncertain, but she knew one thing for sure. She was no longer a vessel of the hunger. She was its guardian, its protector, and the earth's chosen. And she would never again let the darkness claim the world.